so well and have established so much credibility over really the last season and a half. It's maybe not that long, but it goes back to December of last year. So over a calendar year, season in 2 months, they look damn good. And, I don't know that they need anything that would prove that they're going to win the East. We want assurances, but they're in a good spot. It's a tough thing to do when a player's contributions are more than statistics. And to make a big move, that's probably going to cost him Tobias, who is so beloved. Now, they can't pout over him being traded either. Like, they're professionals. The job doesn't change. In fact, if you make a trade, it's because people in charge think you're better. That what you brought back is going to be better than what you had. So I don't not trust Trajan. Let me put it to you like that. I know, right? We did that, how much on a scale 1 to 10, that question last week. I think you were at an 8, Kang was at an 8.5, and I was at a 6. And it's not that I don't trust him. These are massive decisions, and much of this roster was built by the previous GM, and he's done some good stuff as well. But this is a big moment in his young career.
Yeah, I'm old school. Back in the day with the Bad Boys and bringing it, we traded Adrian Dantley, superstar, beloved, and we got Mark Aguirre, and there was controversy within that scenario. But again, if you can make the maneuver that makes the whole team better, you do it.
Yeah, and that move was made for chemistry purposes, really, because Adrian Dantley was a prickly personality, didn't really jibe well with the team, and Mark Aguirre had a great relationship with Isaiah Thomas and several other Pistons, and effectively as players, they were very similar in as scorers. So, I mean, you were bringing in the same type of player, but just one that got along better with the team, and they ended up winning back-to-back. So it worked out.
Thank you for the phone call. Let's go to Craig in Fowlerville. Hi, Craig.
Hey, guys. I was calling in with my champ and chump, and then now you guys are just the salt in the wound on the groundhogs. I don't know if Gator's hacking my emails or something, because I just signed a quote for the spring to repair my rock wall, landscape wall by the water because of the groundhog.
Wow.
$9,100.
Oh.
$9,100. I've trapped them. I can't really shoot them where I'm at, and plus I'm not a big hunter anyway. So I was trapping them, showing them my daughter so she didn't freak out. And I would drive them like 4 miles away, let them go. And my neighbor, he put a little dash of spray paint, white spray paint on one of their fannies. And the darn thing came back. We trapped it again.
No way.
We dropped it off. I timed it on my odometer 4.1 miles. I took it to a recreation area, let it go. My daughter was happy, and the darn thing found its way back. You have to drive them like 5 to 7 miles away, or they can find their way back. You're killing me, Gator. You're killing me, Gator.
5 to 7 miles.
That's nuts.
Yeah, it's nuts. But the champ and chump, if you want it, or I don't know.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, my champ, even though I'm not a huge Michigan fan, Dusty May sitting in front of the student section is awesome. So I'm going to give him champ for doing that. And then my chump is going to be Patrick Reed for coming back with his tail between his legs back to the PGA after he was acting like such a big shot going to LIV Tour.
Did you have the same feeling about Brooks, or is it just Patrick Reed specific?
No, I think it's more Patrick Reed, because I think Brooks, he's not the greatest guy out either, but, at least he wears it on his sleeves right there. Patrick Reed did all that stuff like flicking the tee at Rory, with the live tee at Rory, and doing a bunch of little petty stuff behind. He just seems like more of a weasel. So I'm happy.
It's kind of his reputation.
Long punishment.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. It's kind of his reputation. And the Patrick Reed, before I really knew who Patrick Reed was, he was the guy that was really going at it with the Euros during the Ryder Cup. And I'm like, I love this dude. The more I find out about him, I'm not sure why I do, but
no, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Hey, just for heads up to the previous caller. Apparently, according to Google, you may not be aware that they hate the smell of Irish Spring soap bars. All you have to do is keep the soap in the wrapper, punch holes through the paper, then place the bar of Irish Spring at the entrance of their den.
That's it. That's the groundhog hack.
That's a groundhog hack.
How was this discovered? Did they try Dove first or like other brands? Right. And then Irish Spring was the one that worked?
Was lava too much? The Palmas was like, I'm not going to. The Irish Spring, though.
Apparently. Hysterical.
I love it.
Do they like your car? How about cologne? Does that work?
Cinnamon?
Yeah. No, Tigers hate cinnamon.
Tigers hate cinnamon.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kyle in West Bloomfield. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, what's up, Doug and Gator?
How you doing?
Dang, I had another perfect day. So I forgot about Champ and Chump. Quick Champ, the groundhog for being such a resilient son of a gun and pissing everybody off. All right, my chump is everybody that hates groundhogs. They're freaking cute. All right, let's just be honest. All right, but quick story. So I was delivering boats for a local large marine company this past spring, and I was at White Lake, and I was second in line to launch this guy's pontoon, and I was watching this other guy launch a speedboat, and I'm waiting at the launch, and as this guy's backing the speedboat up, this groundhog comes from the waterway, from the grasses, and starts running in between like the four tires of the truck. So he's under the truck, and the truck is backing up actively, and I just instinctively screamed at this guy, "Stop!" And I reached down and I grabbed this groundhog with both hands, just like Bill Murray holds him up at the steering wheel in the movie. And I just without even thinking, ran that guy across the street and let him off into the woods. And these four guys are all staring at me like I am absolutely nuts. And it was like, I love groundhogs.
You're a hero. You're a hero, man. Don't drive angry. Don't drive angry.
That's right. Love you guys.
Yeah, they love you back. Saving one of their own.
Do you know what the rate is of the groundhog's right? This whole, see it shadow stuff. What kind of
You
hit
mean the
rate
percentage?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm thinking, do groundhogs write? WRITE?
sorry.
Oh, okay.
That they are correct. Yeah. That's one hell of a talented groundhog if they can write, but the percentage of times that they're correct, this whole theory of it, that you see it shadow.
I don't know.
6 months or 6 weeks of winter.
It's probably a terrible percentage because this is just fake, right?
It's probably 50-50.
Right.
It's not
It
even.
either gets right or wrong.
What is it?
It's like 36%. Like, why are we still talking about the groundhog and having Groundhog Day if it's not even close?
But what is he from 3?
Listen, if he was 4 out of 10 right, you get 40%, then okay, we'll listen to it. But he's not even 40% right.
Mike is in Fowlerville and next. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Doug. Hi, Gator.
What's up?
Today, I actually just bought a 4-pack of Irish Spring bar soap because last night at about 4:30 in the morning, I had a deer on my deck behind the house, and I was told that Irish Spring drives them away also.
Wow.
So I'm going to bust it all up, and they're eating my bushes is what it comes down to. And I've never seen it on a deck before, but I peeked out the window and go, damn, wow, it's right there. And so, yeah, I'm going to go hang some Irish Spring today.
Okay.
The Google search and it has the AI overview. Deer generally do not like Irish Spring soap.
See, here we go.
It's commonly used as an albeit non-scientific, effective and inexpensive repellent to protect gardens and plants. Its strong aroma, meant to mimic human scent, acts as a deterrent.
So, yep.
Good luck with that.
I guess, Mike, I want you to report back and let us know how it went.
Okay, yeah, I will. Thank you much.
I appreciate it. Little did we know. Well, we had a squirrel in our...
Does Irish Spring repel women?
Asking for a friend.
I may lay off the Irish Spring.
We had a squirrel in our attic, and we bought these like cinnamon pouches that they supposedly don't like. Threw them all up in the attic. Did not work. Did not work.
Does it come down for toast?
Let's go to Brian next on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Yo, what's up? For the Pistons trade, I like Markkanen. I think we should go get Markkanen.
That'd be a big move. That would be a big move.
And then, I feel like every year we live Groundhog's Day, not just because today is actually Groundhog's Day, but
every year, Harris, they don't make a trade, they don't make a move, and the team suffers. And the same thing for Yzerman. It's just the same thing year after year. They don't do nothing.
Well,
they're not improving this team.
Brian, in Harris's defense, they have made the playoffs and won playoff series. Yzerman does not have that yet. And, if you don't win the championship, I suppose you came up short. But the Tigers are kind of ahead of schedule than I think we realistically believe that they'd be a playoff team. And
if Yzerman doesn't make it this year, should he go?
Well, if they collapse again, I think it'll be a more serious discussion, yes. But I guess it depends what happens. If they get a rash of injuries or something like that. But I feel comfortable in saying that this is going to be a playoff team, but it feels like tonight is a kind of a big game because a couple years ago, the 2022-2023 season, they faced Ottawa. They actually went Tampa, Ottawa. They lost all 3 games. They got blown out by Ottawa. And right after the second Ottawa game, he traded Tyler Bertuzzi and Philip Roenick. And, when we thought they might have a playoff team, this team's in a better place. They're 9 points into the playoffs right now, which isn't a ton, but it's a lot. There's pressure to make these playoffs. And look, you and I think tonight's game is a little bit more important than you do. You don't think it'll change the course of the organization if they lose this one bad again? I think it might be that stiff, cold glass of reality that, hey, they're not close.
I guess I don't look at it and think that, if the game's over, that Yzerman slams the table, gets out of his phone, and goes, that's it. Now I'm making a move. I think that there are already things in place. There are already feelers out there to try to see if they've got willing trade partners. And I feel like he's probably done that with a number of teams. So I don't know if it changes any of that. Does it expedite the process? Again, with the freeze coming up on the 3rd, where you have the whole Olympic break that basically you can't do anything, which is a 3-week break. I don't expect them to make a move until after that, till after February 22nd when teams come back, and then you've got basically 2 weeks to get something done. I think he's going to get something done. I don't think tonight gives him any more impetus to do it. I think there's already a ton of impetus.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Big hockey game tonight for the Red Wings. Big basketball game tomorrow for the Detroit Pistons. Champ and Chump, last chance to get those votes in at 248-539-9797. Heavy votes coming in today, so we do appreciate all of those. People reacting to the Michigan State game over the weekend. We had a mock draft that has some interesting names that are perhaps falling closer to Detroit. They're not really falling. I hate the term falling because all it is we get more information and our guesses aren't as wild. And by our, I mean the media. The more information we get, the more at least some semblance of an idea we think we have in the media of what the board will look like. But could Caleb Downs get into Lions territory? Could David Bailey get into Lions territory? The safety from Ohio State and the edge rusher from Texas Tech, respectively. 248-539-9797. We got the news that Scooble's arbitration hearing is now Wednesday. It'll be a couple days after that. The people that they argued to, I guess, aren't even like baseball guys. They're retired judges and lawyers, and they listen to the two arguments made by each side. And then the response they give is either win or lose. They don't give any reasons as to why. You just find out if you won the case or lost the case. And next year, Scooble will make either $32 million or $19 million, unless Boris and the Tigers start talking again, which is possible, and they can do that before Wednesday. Otherwise, it's the Tigers $19 million or the Boris $32 million, and that's what he'll get. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Rob in Flint. You're next. What's up, Rob?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
I just had to laugh about when you guys said that the Irish Spring soap would keep groundhogs away.
That's the rumor.
I got to literally tell you, I think the Procter & Gamble sales department is putting all of this crap on the internet. We had a garden about 6 or 7 years ago that didn't have a fence around it, and the deer were just eating the crap out of my garden. I went online, and it said, hang Irish Spring soap from a line about 3 feet off the ground, and also like shave the Irish Spring soap and like spread it around your garden. We went to our local dollar store and bought like 15 bars of Irish Spring soap. And not only did they eat our garden down, still, they literally ate the Irish Spring soap. The deer did.
They ate the soap.
They ate the soap.
Well,
that's the God's honest truth. They ate the soap.
Were they just swearing?
I'm just telling you, this whole Irish Spring thing is a joke.
You think it's a
doesn't
myth?
Do anything to the wild animal?
It's a myth.
It smells good outside.
No, they destroyed his garden, and now they smell great. So these deer.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Well, I guess we'll have some listeners put it to a test. We had a dude in, I can't remember where it was, Fowlerville? No, he wasn't Fowlerville.
Flushing?
Flushing, yeah. Flushing dude was going to get the Irish Spring. Give it a shot. What did you start this for?
I didn't start anything. I mean, maybe I did, but
yeah,
it's all right. I mean, with a healthy discussion, you're learning some things.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just saying.
We do want to congratulate. He did get a bunch of votes for Champ of the Weekend. Jalen Duren on being selected to the All-Star team. This is somebody called earlier in the show and said he was disappointed that the Pistons aren't getting more love. This is one of the signs that they are getting some love because they have 2 All-Stars now, which is good. The Pistons are set up nicely. I think, you know what the biggest threat to the Pistons is? It's Giannis. It's Giannis going to the Knicks or Giannis going to Toronto or Giannis ending up in the East. That could be the biggest threat because, I mean, let's face it, until the Pistons win a playoff series, that's something that they have to prove that they can do. But if Giannis goes to Toronto, that could be a second-round matchup. And that could be a problem. So as much as the Pistons have to be ready to strike and come up with a good deal to improve themselves, there's also an element of, hey, you don't make a trade to play defense necessarily, but if Giannis ends up in Toronto, I mean, he could end up with the Knicks and they could be a second-round matchup. Although that would mean they aren't playing well and they've lost some standing in the East, I guess. But I'm watching Giannis and just hoping he goes west.
Yeah, if he's going to go west. Go west, young man.
And the Golden State rumors got hot and heavy over the weekend. It's amazing how many fake trade reports there are out there now.
Well, everybody's got the trade machine they go to and see if they can make something happen, make it work out money-wise and draft pick-wise. If he does get traded, it will be amazing to see how many draft picks are involved.
It's probably going to be 4.
At least. Let alone the second-round draft picks or whatever. I mean, teams just give up everything they can if there's actually possibility of landing them.
Yep.
Some story we're going to have to keep an eye on here that Justin Rogers has tweeted out. Have you seen this regarding Levi Onwuzurike and Josh Pascal?
No.
That apparently they are still, because of some CBA provision, they are still under Lions control. So they may come back to the team. They're not free agents, is like maybe first thought, because of some provision in the collective bargaining agreement.
Do we want them back?
I don't know. If it's for a really cheap price, I suppose. These are two guys who didn't play at all last year. So if you're telling me you can add both of those guys and it doesn't cost you much, okay, I guess.
One thing you have to keep in mind is that in a cap world, you're always looking for cheap alternatives that can be fit under a cap, that don't cost you as much money, that maybe exceed their contracts. And so building a roster in a cap world, where can we save a little money and maybe get a little bit more production? One of those two would qualify if either of them could stay healthy and do anything for the Detroit Lions. Something to consider. Rico Beard has sauntered into the studio and joins us now.
Nice saunter, man.
Well, I try. I try to impress you guys.
How are you?
I'm not quite at French fry level, but I try my best.
Are we wrong? Is there any bad use of the potato?
No. No, I'm a very simple person. Mashed potato.
Mashed potatoes are great.
Little butter, salt, pepper, boom.
There you go.
Yep. But if you ever had,
you gotta add a little salt to stuff.
Right, simple, easy.
Outside of the French fry, because we thought French fry would be runaway winner of what's the best use of the potato, we couldn't come up with anything really bad.
No.
I mean, if something's undercooked or
between potato chips or hash browns, or just
hash browns,
homemade hash browns to me. So yeah, that's it for me. So,
what do you got planned coming up next?
We're going to start off with a breakdown of Friday night's game, where the two programs are going. Michigan State, 3:00. Little Tigers topic with the Athletic grading out the Tigers off season.
Okay. Have a great show. Looking forward to that. Thanks, everyone, for listening. Kang behind the glass doing a great job. Shorthanded today. We will do it again tomorrow. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. Tigers athletic beat writer Cody Stavenhagen reported this morning the Tigers and Tarek Skubal are set to have their arbitration meeting Wednesday in Arizona. According to John Oran of Puck, 6 of the 9 MLB teams that have deals with FanDuel Sports Network are departing to have their broadcasts produced by MLB. The Tigers, one of the teams that have not decided. Tony Paul of the News expects that decision to come this week. Michigan basketball coach Dusty May was asked if the league should take any action after the Jeremy Fears Yaxel Lendenborg trip. Here's Izzo's response. According to Lions writer Justin Rogers, a provision in the CBA will keep Levi Onwuzurike under team control for the 2026 season. Pistons announced today they'll celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Detroit Shock Championship March 7th when they host the Nets. Detroit Mercy basketball's Tyler Spratt has been named Horizon League Freshman of the Week after a 28-point performance against NKU. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Monday. Another miserable weather day, same as it ever was. No, we don't. Let's get to business. We'll get to the Tigers at 3. Do I have anything good to say? Not really. But we'll report the news. What? You're beaming with you're ready to roll.
How are you?
What do you want? I don't need to ask you how you were. I just sat with you for an hour. I damn well know how you are. That's the fakest thing in all media, whether it's newscasters or radio hosts. Oh, hey there, Beatrice.
No.
How are you tonight?
No.
You two have been sitting on set for 6 hours. You know how Beatrice is.
No, here's the fakest thing. That's pretty funny.
Fake banter. So, look, we'll get to the Tigers at 3. Let's start with the Michigan State-Michigan game. Michigan's just better. Like, we're not curing cancer. They have better players. They're just on a different level than State. And it doesn't help when State basically tries to put their own head up their ass for a half. I can do without Izzo crying about the officials. You didn't lose the game because of the officials. But again, this is just where I'm at as a State fan. We are a Sweet 16 team. You're never winning a championship this way. You can't go to the portal and have champagne tastes on a Coors Light budget. You just can't. Mm-hmm. So either get real and get yourself a Yaxel or a Mara, like real deal guys, or look, like Oogie Kabuchi or whatever the hell his name is, fine enough. You know, I know they had one guy from FAU who's hurt.
Caleb Glenn.
Right. The other kid, Fort, is terrible.
Trey Fort was going to be the guy because he had like this high 3-point shooting percentage. So it's like, oh, okay, you're bringing in your sharp shooter.
Let's check in on that. The point is no NBA players. All right, maybe Fears has got a shot, but that's it. Friday night was just an example. You know, it felt like a Final Four game where Izzo's basically 2 in a million. Now, credit, you got to get to the Final Four to lose a million Final Four games. But it felt like the night we played Arizona. It felt like when you played North Carolina.
You know what it felt like to me? It was weird, but there was a switching of Dusty May had his guys ready from the jump.
Yeah.
And
he's good, man.
Michigan has a great team. I think Michigan is going to go far. I told David, the only problem that Michigan has when they play against teams that they have no business even sniffing, being in the same gym, and they let themselves down. But they were locked in. They were prepared. They were ready to go. And State seemed like they were tight. They seemed like the moment was too big for them in the first half, and they couldn't throw a penny in the ocean. At one point, I looked up and was like, they're shooting 17% from the field. How is that possible in a Division I game?
Pretty excruciating. No, they're just not good enough. But again, this is what MSU Hoops has become. They're just not national championship quality. They're not good enough. They don't have good enough players, period. So, look, for me, nothing played out than what it should have been on paper. Like, Michigan's better. I think Dusty May First of all, good. They needed to beat Izzo. I know Michigan fans were carping a little bit. I'm like, guys, you've played twice. Take it easy.
Right.
I think as a program, no, you shouldn't go 8 years without winning at your rival's building. But for State, Rico, I leave it to you. I'm just not interested. Like okay, great. So they're going to make the tournament again. Cool. We're the Red Wings towards the end. We're just going to make the tournament and have no chance to win it.
Okay, that's a little, Mike. That's a little. I don't know if that's straw man, but they are 19-3. We're acting like they're 3-19, and they're barely going to make it. They're the number 10 team in the nation right now. So yeah, it's not like they're barely going to make the tournament. They're going to get in the tournament.
Who have they lost to?
They lost to Duke, Michigan, and Nebraska.
There you go. 3 quality teams, right?
Okay, so
my point is,
what about the quality teams they beat?
No, it's looked the same each of the 3 times. Like even the Nebraska game with the turnovers.
Right.
With not, I understand why they lost that game. Rico, I don't see an upside, and I guess that's where you end up in a spot of, look, we were talking about this off the air. Okay, well, Tom's bringing in this great recruiting. You're not going to win with freshmen. It's not going to happen. You need to go to the portal and you need to spend the money and buy a high-level mercenary or 12.
See, but I don't think that that's necessary because, look, right now I think Duke's one of the best teams out there. Duke's nothing but recruits. Duke doesn't hit the portal. Duke goes out there and gets those guys that are going to come in as incoming
and
freshmen.
If memory serves me right, let's be clear. Didn't John Shire bring in like 4 of the top 6 overall players? That's unsustainable.
No.
It's one of the great recruiting classes in history.
Well, also unsustainable is, okay, we're just going to hit every time we hit the portal.
Correct.
We're going to go out there. It's like Indiana football this year. It worked. Everything clicked. Can Cignetti continue doing that? Probably not. Look.
I hope not because they dump truck everybody.
Dusty May went out last year. He went out and got portal players, and he made it to the Sweet 16. And then he said in the postgame, I needed to get tougher guys. So he changed the way he went into the portal. He got these guys, and these guys are looking really good.
Well, Lindeborg, too, he's grown. He's 23, 24 years old. That's a man.
No, it is.
And that's where, again, look, the only takeaway I have, Michigan's national championship good, State is not. Like Michigan is national title good, State is Sweet 16, question mark? And they'll win a bunch of games because Tom's still an elite coach, and they try hard, they play hard. They don't have the talent.
No, and you know what, Mike? I think we're saying the same thing. Michigan, I think, can just win it on their own merit. I think Michigan State would need an upset in the tournament. They would need somebody to get knocked out that they wouldn't have to play, and then that could propel them to go.
Yeah, and I just, I don't want to nerd out on some of the stuff because nobody cares.
You know what? Nerd out.
I just get tired of looking at Cohen Carr at the small forward spot when he's not a small forward. He can't shoot, won't shoot. When he does shoot, it makes angels cry. It's terrible. So he's a power forward.
Yeah, Cohen Carr, when he hits the 3, is the equivalent of hitting the 6-leg parlay.
Right. It's like Boban hitting a 3. Manute Bol hit a 3 once.
You're excited, like, yes, I just hit the 6-leg parlay. But it's not something that's advisable to do with, the Christmas money.
Yeah. Again, State's weakness, they have no 2-guard play at all. They just don't have the off-guard shooting that would be necessary to help. Fears has come a long way. He's playing really good ball. He doesn't have help, man. They don't have shooters.
And that's the problem. Fears, it reminds me when it was Tyson Walker.
Yeah.
When Tyson scored 29 or more points, State lost games because they needed somebody else to do something. And that's where Fears is at right now, where the first half, he's like, guys, remember me? I used to throw out assists, but nobody's hitting shots.
Yeah.
I guess I got to shoot everything now.
Yeah, and for Michigan, look, there's only one team in America that's objectively better than them, to me, by watching, is Arizona. But that you may not even face Arizona. Arizona may pull in Arizona, lose in the tournament. Look, I think Michigan's got every right to feel they can win the whole damn thing.
Very good. Now, for me, it's more of a UConn thing. Why? Because their coach and
Danny Hurley's a psychopath.
They're like that bad rash. They will not go away.
It's very true. But either way, they're legit.
If you said Arizona, Michigan, UConn, or the field, that would be a tough choice.
No, and look, Tom, it's a good team. It's just they're not great. And I just don't think you have any realistic hope of winning anything anyone cares about this way.
The only thing that can help out Michigan State is if what happened last year happens this year.
What's that?
Around this time, they made a change to the lineup. Jace Richardson off the bench into the starting lineup. It worked. Now, if Jordan Scott, not to say he's going to be Jace Richardson, but adding him to the 2-guard spot, if that helps with the scoring, because you saw.
Can't hurt it.
He started the second half, and it went from Michigan up 14 or 15 to 7 minutes with the game left. State took a lead for like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, no, that listen. So look, you guys tell us. I mean, David, I know you were amped up for the game in a way I wasn't, but okay. I mean, none of what we're saying is provocative here. So if people were tuning in for hot takes, I don't have it. Michigan's national title good and State isn't. Michigan has NBA players, State doesn't.
See, and I think what Rico just did there, it tells you that difference. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all, but when you're saying,
oh boy, when somebody starts off,
yeah,
no,
it's
I'm
like
not trying to be disrespectful.
When Kenny rolls in with "I'm not racist," but
it's when you're saying if you put this guy here, that guy there, it could be, and you see what happened when they did this. Well, with Michigan, I am confident that no matter what happens because of Yaxel and because of Johnson, I know they can go out there on that court in March Madness time, and I'm confident they can win and beat whoever, except Arizona right now. But in my head, they can go out there and beat whoever. There's a lot of questions with Michigan State right now if they could do that.
David, you're right. Like I said it earlier, Michigan can win a title on their own merit.
Yes.
Michigan State in the tournament would probably need somebody to upset
You need something to happen.
Somebody to upset Arizona so they would never have to play them and then basically pull a New England Patriots.
And for those
all of a sudden Bo Nix dies right before the game.
Correct. And for those in the back, I'm not saying Michigan's going to win it all.
No, that's what I heard.
What I'm saying is I have confidence because they have NBA type guys that they can go out there and get something done.
Here, let me say something really nice about your team, David. So for everybody, when Michigan goes up against top teams, they are normally dialed in and focused. The reason why I think they struggled against Nebraska, I don't think they took Nebraska seriously. And that's why. Now, they came back and won.
Who does?
But nobody does. Nebraska's the Indiana right now. It's like, yeah, but you're Nebraska. But when they play tough teams, they play their best games. And that's what champions do. They didn't turn the ball over the way I thought. Cadeau's turning it over left and right against Nebraska. This game, 2 turnovers. He's hitting big threes as the shot clock is expiring and breaking MSU's back each and every time. So, yes, when you guys play up against good teams, your stars are stars. And I'll give you full credit for that. For MSU, as Mike said earlier, they haven't had that. They had Duke. They played them close. They couldn't hit that shot. They had Nebraska, had them close, couldn't get that shot. Michigan had the lead. And you know what? If Scott's three-pointer falls, maybe it's a different thing. Hit every part of the rim, bounced out. Michigan goes on a 7-0 run, takes the lead back, and never looks and gets the game. So they have to make that shot where your guys are making those big baskets.
248-539-9797. You can tell people are amped. What a god-awful college basketball town this is.
I mean, I was shocked. I mean, we can do this every day, but yeah, I was just like, wow, we really gonna do this?
Yeah, I think the game warrants it. I think the fact that there was a lot of hype going into it. Yet all the local celebrities out there, Michigan. Look, Michigan wins the game, and I do think it's a statement.
Hey,
win.
Who won the Gus thing? I was there.
We got to tally those. I know I had Flight 55. I did not have Pat Fitzgerald in a bear hug. Now I'd like Fitz fired. I've had enough of that. Grotesque. All right. We'll get some of the text communications, and we'll get to the Tigers. I needed something to space this thing out because, honestly, the Tigers just wear me out, especially with all the news updates. And I got some Ken Rosenthal sound that makes me sad.
Yeah, Tigers looks like it's all boiling down to Wednesday evening.
Right. You know what $13 million is to a billionaire? A rounding error. The fact that has become a storyline, I think you've hit on something that's interesting. That's why we need to do it. Do I want to? No. But I'm not going to scream and yell about the Suarez thing. Would I rather have him than not? Of course. 1 year. You paid the same amount of money to Rue McClanahan last year.
I thought it was a Stale Getty, but
it's either way. B. Arthur. Right. 97.1. All right, we'll get a couple of the callers going. We'll check the texts as well. Just wanted to make sure we talked a little Michigan State before we go down what's going to be a Super Bowl week. Trade conversation with the Wings and Pistons. And look, the Tigers, Scooble, arbitration. That was a big game Friday night. And I know I make fun of how abhorrent this is of a college basketball town, but it was a top 10 matchup. But I think Michigan proved they are different. Like, that this is not close. And the way they closed that game after blowing that lead, only really good to great teams do that. They didn't escape. They put the hammer down.
No, they did. And it was really weird because I asked in the post game when Dusty May calls I'm there working.
I know, but it was fun.
When he called the timeout with 30 seconds to go and they're up 14, I was like, boy, that seemed like a little bit of a Richard move. So I'm like, what was all that about? And he was just like, I basically called my guys together and said, hey, look, don't do anything stupid. Let's just get off the court. Let's get the victory. Let's go celebrate in the locker room. Don't do anything to bring down the University of Michigan. I was like, okay, I understand that now, because it was just like, dude, everybody's just ready to go. What are you doing? You called a full timeout with 30 seconds to go.
I don't have it in me to get butthurt about stuff like that. Now, look, if he did what Bo Ryan did basically 25 years ago, running an alley-oop with 3 seconds to go, then we're going to have a different problem.
No, but see, that's why, and he was just like, no, he was basically telling his guys, let's not have what happened last year happen this year. Let's just get the victory and let's go and celebrate.
The thing that May does that now this has become a pattern, and I don't have to like it. Did the same thing after midcourt gate last year. Now today he's doing this whole Dusty on the cross routine about all the dirty plays and how proud of his guy. Yeah, you're right. Your guys are real war heroes. What were these plays exactly?
Well, funny thing is, remember last year he had no knowledge of the Breslin Center or Michigan State.
I know.
After he won, he was like, oh, yeah, I remember when I was an assistant at Indiana and I'm here at the Breslin Center and I'm doing, hey, Dusty, I thought you didn't have any knowledge. Like, now all of a sudden you win.
Right. That's twice now. So I would just say, look, both things can be true. I think he's got a great shot of winning a natty, and they're clearly better than Michigan State. But yeah, he's starting to show a little bit of a pattern here where he fits Michigan.
But perfectly. You know what? I think you need
Sorry,
that.
David, but it's real. No, you can argue it if you want, David.
You need that because I think it'll be an edgier type thing if he's there for a while with Izzo, where him and Beeline, it was that mutual respect, and they you didn't get that hatred. I think for those two, it's that passive aggressiveness. You could tell I don't like you, but we're going to smile for this camera. But basically, you got forks in each other's back. Just
look, I'll put it to you this way. I need to hear Dusty May post-haste crying about dirty plays the same way I need to hear from Tom Izzo crying about officiating. Both of them could put a sock in it. Just play the damn game. We don't need the theatrics later. Tom, you didn't lose the game because of the officials. And Dusty, sorry, man, this wasn't the longest yard. Yeah. Why don't both of you just put a sock in it?
Because, right, I mean, from what I saw, there was a lot of blown calls both ways.
It was a physical game, man.
Right.
The teams played, and one team was better than the other. Don't give me this crap like somehow there was felonious assault on the court. Cut it out.
And then the Will Cheddar 3 that you jump 4 feet the other way, lean into the person like.
That was a natural play. I don't know what you're talking about. Every time I go up to shoot, I lean that way as well.
That's an unethical shot.
Guys, he made the shot. It doesn't matter. Oh, okay, the Kang thing. Yeah, I got you. David, texters, what do they have to say? That went over my head. That's my bad. I see that. Okay.
Jack from Grand Rapids says State is not as good as Michigan, but they've beat good teams and play great defense. State is more fixable, though. They shoot 36% usually. But they're not as confirmed and as good as Michigan. Jason in Heartland says, 4 for 23 from deep, and I got to listen to Izzo complain about the refs.
Thank you.
I'm ready to shut the doors and give him the retirement watch.
Look, that's my deal. You go 4 for 23 from deep. Whatever animus you have for the officials, save it for your team. I'm not trying to hear it.
I was wondering where MSU was going to get their offense from down the stretch. Aside from Fears shooting 100 free throws, they seemed to be lost when it was crunch time.
Well, they don't have. I hesitate to say, like, Rico, we always talk about positionless basketball. Like, well, you're a 2 guard and you're a 3. Like, when it's Cohen Carr, I can say Cohen is not a wing. He's a power forward. They don't have wing/off guard play.
Let me help you out with that. when you have Cohen Carr and Carson Cooper out on the floor at the same time, you're at a distinct disadvantage, especially if Jackson Kohler is not hitting threes. And he wasn't. He was 2 for 7. And he didn't get those 2 until later in the game. So therefore, you're playing 2-on-5 basketball offensively. And oh, wait, Divine Ukachuwu didn't score. Kurt Hang didn't score. So now you're 1-5. 1-on-5. So, yeah, that's where you saw where he just said, screw it, guys. I'm just going to shoot every shot, and you guys just follow my lead.
David, go ahead, buddy.
Sorry, guys, can't call in, but I'm a Spartan fan here. Want to know why it's so hard for Izzo to get any three-point shooters. Every year for the last 4 years, this is what we have to deal with. I'm sick of it. How about Fears diving any chance he can? That ruined a lot of chances to keep the game close in the end.
I'm not going to bust his chops. Kid was playing his ass off. He had no help out there. Yeah. And I think by the end of the game, he was exhausted. Look, Fears, he's become a really nice player, but he can't do it on his own here. Right. So, look, that's my thing.
I was about to say, and here's the thing. It's why I gave you fun about Will Cheddar. But experienced guys, as we like to say, Mike, the 22-year-olds, you know how to do the playground moves to get the and one. You know how, you up in the air, I'm going to lean into you and get that foul call. Was it ethical? Probably not, but guess what? I got the call.
I think it's a smart play.
It is.
I just can't find it in me. Like, it's the same crap when Piston fans who think they're, all bricked up like Rieger's live read crying about Brunson. Like, no, it's actually just, that's crafty. Us old school folks call that crafty. Mm-hmm. Millennials call it unethical.
I caught you sleeping, and you stuck your hand in there, and guess what?
As Jordan said, you reach, I teach. It's just not, oh my God. No, actually, it's just smart. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's good, buddy?
Hey, buddy, what's up?
How you doing?
I love you. Because you totally caught that Michigan game as a non-bias, because you looked at what was going on. Like with Izzo, I think it's time to pack the bags, baby. I mean, he was just crying about everything, and that's not how you win the game. I mean, he's a great coach. I like the guy, but I'm a huge Michigan fan. But
yeah, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear about the officiating when you shoot 10% from deep. But here's the one thing. Look, I don't think we're dealing with Jim Boeheim the late years here, so I'm not going to go there. He's got next year's recruiting class and the portal again. But, yeah, I mean, John, he doesn't have long. Who are we kidding? He's not going to be out there at 77 years old.
71, but
no, I'm saying you don't have long.
Yeah, you're right.
No. And it seems to be, honestly, dwelling down, like you said, not long. As David said, you can't cry about the officiating. It's the game. I mean, he's not up with the game. Like you said, Michigan's got all these players they got from the portal and everything. That's the time, baby. Play the game.
And John, look, realistically, here's the thing. If it was a 1-point game and you really feel like there was a big discrepancy or somehow this was a huge issue officiating, I still don't like blaming officials unless it's like Lambeer phantom foul on Kareem. Then we got to talk about it. But when you lose by double figures, when you play the way they played in that first half, which, correct me if I'm wrong, yes, I understand the Mara foul adjustment. That was weird. If you want to cry about the hook and hold, which was a bizarro world that was never explained. The point is, that has nothing to do with playing 20 minutes of pure ass basketball. Bro. And then down the stretch, after you battle back, you threw yourself down a flight of stairs. I don't want to hear about officiating. Be better.
No, the hook and hold, no one understood what happened.
Well, they didn't do anything about it on TV either, brother, because they came back from break, and you were like, wait, what?
Dude, the official went over to the microphone and addressed the whole Breslin Center. And
I don't know what he said.
He took a bite of a burrito and said,
he sounded like Charlie Brown's teacher.
We're like, wait, what?
Normally they're like, okay, number 38 had initial contact. Dude, he went up there and it was. You're like, what did he just say?
Like, wait, why is he shooting free throws? I'm like, I thought somebody said something in the timeout. I'm like,
somebody called somebody an MF.
Right. Like, what?
Yeah. I always love it, too, because the announcers are sitting there like little school kids waiting for Santa Claus to come over and talk to them. he was just like,
right. There was no replay on the Jumbotron. Like, I have no idea what just happened.
oh, goodness gracious. All right, start the year and drive at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. 2 years in a row. How do they do it? Well, they don't break your chops. I mean, they make the experience as painless as possible. Right now, GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 Trax LT, $299 a month, just $999 down. Or the same applies for a 26 Equinox LT, $299 a month, $999 down. And as always, straightforward pricing, no runaround, no nonsense. Free loaner with all scheduled certified service. So shop online, MoranExpress.com, or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price period. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. All right, let's get to the people. We've heard from the texters. And again, look, it's nothing provocative. Michigan is national championship good. Michigan State is not. And you just see the separation. Now, again, would I like to see State emulate a little bit more what Dusty May is doing? Well, sure. Go out and pay double what a kid is going to get in the NBA at 23 years old, and you can rely on a Yaxel Lendeborg because he's great, he's a grown man, and he's really good. You know, MSU still does this J.C. Penney catalog thing where it's like none of the guys they went and got in the portal were elite.
I mean, every school, like Illinois does it an entirely different way, where they just go out and they do all international players,
which I don't mind.
Right? It's just like
those dudes are smoking, puffing heaters, pounding beers at age 12, and they're playing against 30-year-olds.
There's no set way of doing it, but everybody has their way. Like Izzo and like Calipari in Arkansas, he's not a real big fan of going into the portal either. He's like he'd rather go out there and get his guy.
I think the recruiting you can and I appreciate and I like the fact that Izzo is kind of re-energized on the recruiting trail and they have a real nice class next year. He's got to be willing to bite down hard and take $4 million and go buy a 23-year-old like a Graham Ike or a Yaxel Lendeborg or whomever, because those grown-ass players down the stretch, it's not going to be an 18-year-old carrying you.
No, right. Unless you got, old boy from BYU.
Oh, AJ DeBonza?
Yeah.
But see, so I'm glad you said that. So, like, when you're starting to look at this class, whether it's Acuff, whether it's DeBonza, whether it's Boozer, like, certain dudes are unicorns. Mm-hmm. The odds of getting one of those is not great. But, like, we talked about Duke a little bit. Like, Duke's got a couple.
Right.
So, it just... Yeah, you're right. If you can land one of those guys, I might come off that opinion. But I don't know. Do we have an AJ DeBonza coming in next year?
Yeah, one of them for Duke you were getting anyway because he's a legacy. You're getting him. He wasn't going anywhere but Duke.
Wait, the good Boozer?
The good Boozer. Okay. The bad Boozer, he can stay
the
wherever he
Boozer.
wants.
All right, let's go to Jim.
There's clearly a difference between the two.
Let's go to
Sign the Curry brothers.
Marcus Jordan, line 3. All right, let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jim, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Hey, Mike, I agree with you. I agree so much what you said because I've been saying this for the last 4 years. Why can't we find a 2 or 3 that can flat out shoot? I'm watching, I see cars shoot the ball, and I'm like, there ain't no chance that's going in. I'm tired of watching the same thing year after year. I'm a huge Michigan State fan, and every year I'm just keep my fingers crossed that we go in that portal or a transfer and get somebody. And we bring these 2 guys. No, is it 3? One's injured. We bring these 2 portal players in who do nothing. I mean, I know that I can't even pronounce his name. Hit the big 3 against Rutgers. Okay. I mean, you can't beat Michigan and your 2 guards they don't score. How can you beat a Michigan? They're very lucky they were even in that game in the second half.
They were
Jim, what you found out is you can't beat Michigan if your 2 guards can't score. I mean, plain and simple. Again, they got 0. When I saw the box score, I was like, wait, nothing from all 3?
0. Yeah, I mean, I'm not counting the freshman. He played good, but
Kurtang and Fort and Divine Ukachuwu.
Nothing. 0.
But
all 3 of them.
But again, all I want to say is this, right? Like, I'm not being disrespectful about it, and I do understand that, like, maybe the best guy State signed, the kid from FAU, is hurt. But State's portal class, even with that kid, resided outside the top 50. You know where Michigan was? Number 2. Yeah. So I'm just guys, I don't want to get hung up in semantics, and I can't claim to know, Caleb Glenn and what he would have been and all. Look, he's not here. Even with him, though, the marketplace is speaking on, and again, our portal rankings gospel. No.
And the portal rankings also went down when one of those was Wojcik's kid coming in. So that was going to bring you down a little bit.
What about Gehrig Normand? All right, 248-539. Come on, you got to laugh, all right? You just got dusted.
I am laughing.
You just got dusted by Michigan. You got to have a smile.
Where is he?
Nowhere on a basketball court.
San Diego or Santa Clara.
We wish you all the luck in the world, sir. Cleon, 97.1. Cleon, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? I'm a diehard Michigan State fan. I've been watching the same thing for the last 5 years. Our big men, for some odd reason, this coaching staff can't develop. I just look at our 6'11" senior, Cooper. He can't jump over a golf ball. I've never seen a guy, a senior at that height, who's strictly a driveway baller. If he's not wide open, he ain't scoring.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Look, and I don't want to single out any one person, but like Carson Cooper is a try hard, a walk on who earns his way into a scholarship player, a good pick and roll player, but he's limited. We know that. On a national championship team, he's not getting big minutes. He's just not.
Well, it was bad. I think it was when Cadeau blocked his shot.
Uh-oh.
I was like, did he just block it? Get off the court.
Right. I mean, really? I'm telling you, the bottom line is Izzo's going to have to get on board. You cannot develop. You got to go out in the portal and recruit.
Yeah.
And if you don't, you're not going to be around long.
No, you have to look. I think you have to do better than being, 58th in one set of portal rankings. Again, it's not gospel. And look, they run a nice program, right? You never have to worry about a State fan going 4-22, like what happened to Pitt when they got rid of Jamie Dixon. Like I just, if the goal is to win a second national title, I got news for you. The school down the road has a right to say they can get that done. I don't think State does. And the separator, grown, quality players.
No, you're right. I think, Mike, you don't need 4, but I do think you need at least one guy that you look at the bottom of the NBA draft or the top of the second round
and they're there.
Say, hey, what if you come here and
Correct.
you do this, and we'll pay you, $2-3 million. Well, I don't know, whatever you're getting paid, we'll add an extra $500,000 onto it because, hey, it ain't your money. You got $400 billion, $400 million.
What are you segueing into this Tigers topic? It ain't your money. We'll get to it.
That's the answer to everything. It ain't your money.
But unfortunately, look, that's where college sports is at. It's pay to play. And with respect to the guys State brought in the portal, I mean, they're good enough to beat a lot of teams, but there is a separation at the top where I just don't think you're gonna be able to hang with those.
There's
teams.
about 4 teams where if you said one of these 4 teams is going to win the whole thing, or you take the field, it would be very difficult not to take the field. Smart money says take the field.
So like your 4, Zona, UConn, Michigan, and
Iowa State.
Okay. Which again, big portal school.
Yeah.
That's what it takes.
But I would feel good because I would know I'd have Kansas and Duke on my side.
See, but then to your point about the portal, and I know it's not a blue blood, but Kansas State was a top 4 portal school, and they look awful right now.
Yeah, no, listen, you can't. I think
Nick Saban put it best. You can hit the portal, but if you spin wrong, you're
screwed.
You're stuck with it for a year.
David, I don't think it's not these things that are mutually exclusive of each other. They have to work together, but it's the checks and balances of it. So if you're going to go to the portal and bring in 3 players, yeah, they have to fit the need. They have to be high caliber. Now, it's the same thing. If you're going to go out and bring in 12 players who don't even know each other's names, odds of that working. Right. And again, Maryland got burnt to the ground because their coach left. And in today's world, your coach leaves. We ain't got no players no more.
And that's what happened with Kansas State. They brought in all new starters.
There
all
you go.
5 guys.
And that would be equally crazy to the team that just recruits winning it all. You can't do it. I just think State's got to be more impactful with their use of the portal, and I think Dusty May is showing what that can look like. I mean, it's okay to give a compliment to your rival. I know that's crazy in these parts. 248-539-9797. More of the phone calls.
Okay, Stoney.
Oh, please. Please.
I'm just saying.
Last call for football. FanDuel giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big game. 30% boost. Passing yards, over-unders, alternates. That's today's. Look, maybe you think Drake May is going to get stonewalled under 222.5. Maybe Ginger Jesus goes nuts and throws for 380. I don't know. You figure it out. It's FanDuel. Play your game. Official sportsbook partner at a Super Bowl 60. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Get back to the calls momentarily. It is a Monday, so that means it's time for a little round table of Can We Say That, David?
Gentlemen.
Yes.
Can we say that Justin Jefferson said the quiet part out loud?
Yes.
I definitely feel like we would have been done better with Sam Darnold here this year.
I'm not even mad about it. Oh, but he threw his quarterback on. I don't care. It's just blatantly obvious that Sam Darnold was better than JJ this year. It's okay to say it. And now that the GM got clipped, also didn't have on my bingo board, we'd be using paternity leave against the guy. Did you see that this weekend?
No.
So
why?
He had a son like a year ago, and he took 2 weeks off. And the quote from one NFL executive was, people around the league were in disbelief. Like, Is that really the report we're going to go with?
It was training camp time.
How about the guy drafted poorly? How about, he I don't know, he threw a chair at someone.
Right.
Like, give me something substantive other than dude had baby. Like,
if you want to say he let Darnold go and shouldn't have.
Right.
Cool.
Anything. Oh,
Yeah.
my God. Did you see he was at home with his wife for 10 days?
Yeah, because I think that's what it really was. Somebody's got to take the fall for this Darnold thing, and not it. And he was the last one, so he had to go. Can we say Geno Smith will be a starter on a new team next year?
No, unless it's in Canada. He's done, man. He was so bad. He looks so disinterested, and he's mid-30s. Nah.
That's it. A lot of teams are going to be needing QBs.
Not that kind of QB.
Okay.
Yeah, he won't be a starter, but I would say hello to the Los Angeles Chargers as a backup.
Oh, he can be a backup
Yeah.
somewhere. But Rico talking about a starter,
No.
do me a favor.
No.
Next time you go to get your garbage can off the street and wheel it back in, put a Raiders helmet on it. That's Geno Smith. Collector's edition.
You know what? You're looking at my
There's
notes.
Geno right there.
That's Geno.
You're looking at my notes. Can we say the Las Vegas Raiders job is a better job than the Arizona Cardinals?
Yes. By leaps and bounds. Arizona is a train wreck top to bottom. Look, you can say whatever you want. I understand the Brady thing. I don't like that he's an announcer and a part owner, but I'll lean into having the number one pick, and I'll lean into having Brady trying to get that thing on the rails versus whatever the Bidwells have going on in the desert, and I got to figure out what to do with Gary Coleman, a.k.a. Kyler Murray.
The Memphis Showboats or whatever the USFL
The
team
Memphis
is.
Showboats?
That's a better job than the Arizona Cardinals.
What about Jay Gruden and the Tampa Bay Storm of the Arena League?
Iowa Barnstormers?
Arizona Rattlers. Iowa Barnstormers? What was it, San Jose Sabercats?
Yes.
Albany Firebirds?
Arizona Rattlers.
Let's talk about it.
Okay.
What about the New York, New Jersey Red Dogs?
This is one where I think we're going to be in agreement. Can we say the NFL needs to stop expanding the international games because it came out today? Going to be playing a game in Paris.
Oh, good.
Paris.
Just what I was hoping for. They're not going to stop. That's why the salary cap is going to cross $300 million this year, by the way. Why don't you do me a favor? If you want a fun exercise the next time you're bored, go look at what the salary cap was 2016. Go look at it, what it is today.
It's like, what, tripled?
Just go look.
Okay.
Because it's showing you they're not going to stop. But it also angers me that I have to listen to people who want to cape up for teams and talk about the cap as if it's real.
You're exactly right. It sucks that they're going to be in Paris and all these other places. But you're right, Mike, about the salary cap. That's why they keep doing this. There's going to be a game almost every week. Every team's going to go out internationally because they're going to say, okay, thank you for
And guess
the more
what?
money.
And you know who's going this year?
The Lions.
Yeah.
Oh, and
I can almost guarantee it's that Germany game because of Amon-Ra.
The other thing, next 10 years, if somebody puts enough money together,
There'll be a team.
Oh, there'll be a division in Europe.
Yes.
If they're going to pay 10, 11, 12 billion dollars per U.S. currency for franchising rights, oh yeah. Hope you're ready for that East Coast swing. Where? Lisbon and London. They'll do it. They won't stop at nothing.
Don't forget Ireland. All right.
Great.
And Sam Darnold can go there.
Well, maybe that's where Gino could play. Gino has a job now.
Man, they don't
in
want
Europe.
man, Gino. Please find the biggest dump on earth. That's where he can play. He's done.
Speaking of money in the NFL, can we say that the NFL, we like to say that college football got ruined by money?
Yeah.
They're just as greedy as the CFP with this new $1 billion deal with ESPN?
Yeah.
Where ESPN is employees now?
Well, yeah, the NFL owns 10% of ESPN, so you can now take anything ESPN says and disregard it. They are compromised. They are bought and paid for. They are essentially Jerry Falwell to the pool boy. If you know, you know.
The chair.
Yeah, they
That
sit.
faces the wrong way.
ESPN now sits in the weird chair in the hotel room that doesn't face the TV. You figure it out. It's disgusting. It's no different than ESPN having their own sports book at one point and being a network that calls games. Complete conflict of interest.
So I've heard.
Yeah, when that got finalized, this is how I felt. It just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't.
What, to have the league own
Yes.
a piece of the biggest broadcast? No, David, it doesn't.
And then they put in quotations, well, ESPN won't get favorable. No, yes, they will.
Paying that much money, yeah. I guess the Super Bowl will be on ESPN next year because
I think it actually is.
I just missed the good old days of Fox and CBS and ABC Monday Night Football.
Yeah, or NBC in the mix. But I hear you. Don Criqui.
Can we say?
No.
Okay. I'll finish it. You remember you said no.
Just go ahead.
Can we say in honor of Black History Month?
Go ahead. Let me see if I'm going to say yes or no.
The NFL needs to rethink this Rooney Rule because no black head coaches were picked this go round.
The problem is there's nothing you can do. If you say no to the Rooney interview rules, they throw it in your face. Well, you didn't want to go on the interview. Then you do the Rooney interviews, and you get passed over for people whose resumes aren't even remotely as good as yours. How Brian Flores didn't get a job, I have no understanding. So, Rico, you're right, but I am in no way qualified to offer a better solution.
Yeah, I don't know what the better solution is, but to be honest,
Like, what are you supposed to do? Spin the wheel of diversity?
Well, looking
Up,
at
it came up.
things-
It's your turn to hire a minority. What are you supposed to do?
But looking at things this year, this process, Brian Flores was the only one that
Back in the game.
He was the only one to me that could have been a head coach.
Okay.
I don't really know anyone in the process this year that's like, oh yeah, he should be. It's only one this year. So I'm not going to go crazy over not one getting the job.
No, but I think the one who didn't is still a
for
pretty
sure.
big oversight when Todd Monken's mummified body got hired.
Well, I mean, Raheem Morris had to wait until Arizona hired their coach and said, all right, I'll be a DC. So, all right.
That's can we say that?
This just in, the Sports Business Journal reporting the Tigers are one of the teams that are expected to leave FanDuel Sports Network. Quote, sources told Sports Business Journal the Ilitch Group is expected to take the Red Wings along with the Tigers to MLB Media, which would provide some production and distribution services for the Wings' linear broadcast in Detroit. Wings would also likely move to the NHL Game Center app for their digital broadcast, end quote. Michigan basketball coach Dusty May said today there were several plays in the Michigan State game Friday that were very dangerous. What does Izzo think? Today, Fears was named as a top 10 candidate for the Bob Cousy Award, recognizing the nation's top point guard. According to Lions writer Justin Rogers, a provision in the CBA will keep Levi Onwuzurike and Josh Paschal under team control for the 2026 season. Michigan wide receiver Andrew Marsh has made it official. He's returning to Ann Arbor. He had 651 yards and 4 touchdowns last season. The Red Wings face Colorado.
I can sleep easier tonight.
Yes. For the second straight game, they're hoping to race that 5-0 drubbing Saturday from memory. Puck drop tonight at 9 here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 2, good to have you with us. If you have something to say about Michigan State, we will happily take your call. We want to mix in some Tiger conversation. Here's where we were with Michigan State. It's very simple. Michigan's national championship good and State isn't. You get the game on your home floor. You can't play that way in the first half. And then you tie the game, and then you hurl yourselves down a flight of stairs. As far as the two coaches go, Balti has put a sock in it. I don't want to hear Dusty doing this all-shucks victim routine again. Well, no, there were a lot of dangerous plays in the game. Dusty, stop it. And for Tom, you can't cry about officiating when your team can't throw it in the ocean. Just stop. There doesn't always have to be more. The game was what it was. Michigan is better, like unequivocally better. And they have the best player on the floor.
Yeah, because if you keep going like this, when you play again in March, you're going to end up seeing basically the bottom of the benches in the game because everybody's going to foul out. If you're going to keep jockeying, the refs are going to call every little ticky-tack thing.
Correct. And guess what? Sure, are there a couple of weird things both ways? Yeah, welcome to a rivalry game. Like, can we stop, please?
Yes. Yeah.
So, again, nothing overly provocative. Yes, did we have the portal conversation about State? Yeah, it's more relevant is, once again, they are light on shooting and light on NBA talent. And you're not going to win a national championship without NBA talent. Or now in the portal era, a couple of 23, 24-year-old hitters.
I was about to say, not necessarily NBA talent. How can you say this nicely? Almost NBA reject talent. Not good enough for the NBA.
How about NBA light?
NBA light, G League talent. How about that?
Basically, if you can have a couple guys on your team near 24 years old, you got a real good shot. They got that old man strength.
Yeah.
But that's where we're at with the game. And Michigan, no, they're the real McCoy. Because they didn't escape. they blew the lead and went, okay, enough of this crap, and then dusted State late.
Yeah. Yaxel showed he was the best player, both teams. He went out there. Him and Fears went back and forth, but Fears, you saw, I have to carry this team. Yaxel was just like leading his team.
You've said it all. So let's, if you want to rap about that, we're here for it. We know we got a few people who want to talk about it on the lines. We will do that. I want to mix in Tiger talk. Let me throw the number first. 248-539-9797. So why are the Tigers in the news again? Well, one of it is a piece of reporting, not from the boogeyman at 97.1. Right. No, this is like national reporting. So if the Tigers have a problem, they can call Ken Rosenthal and hate on his bow tie or whatever you like. But Ken Rosenthal talked about Framber Valdez and the upcoming Scooble thing. And you go, oh, God, not this again. Just listen to this audio because it's going to play into something that actually happened this weekend that, while I'm not upset, I do understand Tiger fans' discontent. Here's Rosenthal on a potential arm and the Scooble and what it all means. Okay, so a couple things I want to focus on there before we get to the news of the week, Enrico. One is it should happen regardless because that's what a serious team would do. Yeah. While I have defended this team that you can't ask them to spend like drunken sailors. They do not have the Blue Jays financial wherewithal.
Right.
$13 million to an ownership group with the money this team has, that's not even a rounding error. It's a stick of gum. Yeah. So I don't want to hear about that. This Skubal arbitration thing has been a thing all offseason now where it's like, well, if they lose that arbitration, we can't go get another player. And that's coming from national reporting.
Yeah.
So this weekend, when Eugenio Suarez signed a 1-year deal for $15 million to go to the Reds, a lot of people, I just people in my life, and then obviously, like you listen to the station, when Doug Karsh chumps the Tigers, my response to that was like, Doug has been body snatched. But look, I don't love Suarez. I've said this I said it at the deadline. I said it all season. Rico, would I take him? Of course I would. 49 homers, 118 RBIs, and 830 OPS. Yes, he struck out 200 times.
Right, but would your team get better?
Yes. And look, the folly in all of this is like, okay, Fangraphs. Forget about 97-1. Fangraphs has you at 83 wins. In the worst division in baseball.
Well,
so
then you know what? You may not want to read the Athletic article because they have you as second place.
Okay. Well, look, and again, I don't think these things are mutually exclusive. Yes, Max Anderson or Lee or whomever at third base. I can understand what they're trying to do, but having a 1-year commitment to Suarez and still being able to find at bats for other players is possible. It is doable. Suarez would be the right-handed power that, again, you wouldn't be able to put him next to Riley because you'd have 400 strikeouts next to each other. But yes, it would help. Mm-hmm. Why the Tigers aren't involved on a 1-year deal for 15 when you basically lit $15 million on fire last year signing the Golden Girls? Okay, but this is my point. For people who, oh my God, I'm not being unfair. I'm being reasonable. Here's the reasonable deduction you could make from these reports. If the delta between your offer to Skubal at 19 and his ask at 32, $13 million, if that delta determines whether you could sign someone else, you've self-imposed a salary cap.
Yep.
And it's not about, well, I want them to sign Kyle Tucker, and that's going to be $60 a year. $13 million is a rounding error.
Correct. Mike, it seems like, feels like to me, this is all set up this year. Skubal's going to be the bad guy. And I guess you need the bad guy.
No, that's us.
Well, it's going to be him.
Oh, my bad.
Because if you sign him, well, we didn't have enough money to sign anybody else. If you win the arbitration and you only have to pay him 19, you can go out there and try to salvage some pieces. But if you don't, you'll say, well, we had to keep this money in-house just in case we lost. So either way, it's not our fault that this team looks the way that they look this year. It was all because of this Skubal stuff that happens. And you're right. Like, guys, this $13 million, this should not make or break your team. This is one of those things. If this is making or breaking your team, there's a lot more going on here than you're letting on. Like, that's one person.
And understand this before you call in. I think I've been infinitely fair. Do not put me in a position to defend that ownership group. But when people call up and they're bitching and moaning, this team isn't carrying a $270 million payroll, I've put my foot down on it and said, you can't do that. You're not living in reality. Now, I have cited, look, they don't have a TV deal. They don't have Dodger Vision. They don't have Yes. They don't have SNY. But we're not talking about that. I'm with you in this regard. First of all, I love your point about the Skubal thing. I think that's interesting. I dig it.
I mean, it's just for those who want to dig a little deeper and think about that, it's set up that they're going to win this regardless. Well, we couldn't afford him
right. The $13 million is not 50. Okay. So pardon me. Here's the other thing. Look, I understand you have a business to run, but first of all, unless baseball teams are truly going to open their books, which will never happen, I have a hard time believing teams are losing money. But second of all, these teams are real estate plays. These teams are long-term plays. Like when Carl Pohlad bought the Twins for $6 million, and then he sells them for $800 million. That was the win. Not what he was making off of effing almonds. Okay? So while I appreciate the year-to-year need to not lose your ass, the $13 million in the last year of School Bowl, that is just, to me, that I'll never be able to understand that. And while I will defend their inability to spend the way of the big 4 or 5, I can't defend that. So if you're mad about Suarez, guys, I totally understand it. But in fairness, I'm the person, I don't love Suarez. I would take him.
Right, and that's just it. He would upgrade your team. Could he become that bat that you're looking for? Yes. Position of need? Yes. 1-year deal? Is he going to block the kids? No.
Not on a 1-year deal. Because things happen. Injuries happen. Regression happens. And even if Suarez ends up regressing, you are not paying him an amount of money that I have to keep him in the lineup.
Right.
So on that end, look, guys, you tell me what you feel. Because, again, arbitration day is Wednesday. But this report, that audio, Suarez on a 1-year deal, where are you at with your baseball team? Because, look, it's just very hard to look around the room and go, bravo, great offseason. I'm sorry. At best, it's a C+. At best. You know, you want to shine the Kenley Jansen thing, say he could repeat his age 37 season. Oh, okay. You know, your pitching addition was a guy who hasn't pitched in the majors since 2021. Mm-hmm. What are we hoping for there? Yeah. Merrill Kelly? Is that what I'm hoping for?
38-year-old pitcher, yeah.
You didn't go out and sign a bat, and we're sitting here going, this is it for Skubal, right? And if the $13 million was going to preclude you from doing business, why didn't you trade him? Or better yet, instead of now here we go again. I don't want to do this. It was never about Boras not negotiating. You knew the terms of engagement going into the arbitration. He was going to ask for something crazy. You didn't have to take the league's recommendation on a deal that was offered 11 years ago. You could have come in at 25 and probably won the thing.
Got a feeling in the end you're going to look a lot like the Angels with Shohei. So,
what? Oh, okay. I see what you're doing. Well, they're better than that.
No, but I'm just saying, in the end, he walked.
Look, luckily for you, you play in the worst division in baseball. Okay, we need to start having people say the quiet part out loud. Oh wow, we're predicted to win. Yeah, the poor kids division, where the team that tried the hardest this offseason was the White Sox. Think about that.
Wow.
And they might win 60 games. So, yeah, it's hard. It's hard for me. I'm not going to have somebody call up today and be pissed about Suarez, and I'm not going to make them the bad guy. I'm not going to sit here going crazy about Suarez, but I understand if people are angry. I do. I mean, Rico, we needed a right-handed bat. What did they do?
$15 million. And you pay $15 million for a pitcher who never pitched for you.
Look out. All right, America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino. Biggest games, viewing experience built for the fans, 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of that big screen. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, you can book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. See, there's the comment. It should happen regardless. It is the last dance with Tarek Skubal. You have a need at starting pitching. Yet every time there's a report, whether it was Giolito, Bassett, now Framber Valdez, who, by the way, I don't like, but whatever, every time there's a caveat. If they win the arbitration, they want to go get these people. Ken Rosenthal, that's the audio we just played, is even saying if they lose the arbitration, they're not going to make any additions. How can $13 million be a consideration in your true World Series window? We have possibly no 2027. I'm sorry, but like I can't help but think if you have an owner who's truly driven by winning it all, that that's not even a rounding error. It's a stick of gum.
No, Mike, the $13 million, it makes you feel like they didn't want to spend it regardless because it's $13 million.
Now, if people are going to get mad at you for saying that, then here's what I need from you. Tell me how Rico's opinion there, or mine, is unreasonable, or that the conclusions we're arriving at are somehow Zapruder film, tinfoil, conspiracy theory.
We're not saying go out and spend 40, 50, 60 million dollars. 13 million. And you spent it 15 on a pitcher who never pitched for you last year.
That's the part I can't work around.
It's like you're holding everybody hostage, and we're all waiting to see what happens with arbitration for a guy that it never should have gotten this far in arbitration with.
But again, it never should have got this far because he should have been traded.
Right.
Then you could have run your off. Now, according to these reports, then you could have run your off season any which way you wanted to.
Yeah.
The $32 million, you could have gone out and signed a Giolito, signed a Suarez. You could have signed multiple players. Right. Look, it's not that they haven't spent. This is the other misnomer. I don't agree with the way they've spent. I have a right to that opinion. This isn't North Korea. They've spent some. They're firmly middle of the pack in MLB. Mm-hmm. Do I wish they'd go a little further while they have Skubal? I do. Because here's the other dirty secret, Rico. They barely have any commitments for 2027. And on the presumption, here's me saying something nice about the Tigers. Make sure to write this one down.
Back in the game.
Back in the game, baby. They have built a farm system where I can make a healthy presumption that on an everyday basis, you will have several players making absolutely no money. 27, 28, 29. That salary offset is your own payroll insurance. So if I ask you to extend by $13 million this year, your payroll has a great shot at being much lower next year. And that doesn't mean you'll be a worse team. So that makes it even less acceptable in my world to hear from Ken Rosenthal. If you want Lucas Giolito, just go get him. You'll make the money back.
Kind of leads you to wonder what's the end game here.
You know what the end
and as I've stated, I think they
want to be good. I don't know that they want to be great.
No, I think you're banking on no 2027 season.
But again, that has nothing to do on a one-year deal with Suarez for the people who wanted him.
And that's going all in for a season. Like, okay, you know what? Here's a bat, third baseman. Let's go. Let's see what happens. If it doesn't work,
right, shake
who's
it up.
Who's going to get angry and say, oh, you wasted $15 million? No, you wasted $15 million last season.
And there's obviously a way to have Suarez DH certain days, and you could still have third base availability, whether it's a Max Anderson, a Lee, whomever, a Veerling. You can find at bats. People get hurt. People slump. Right. Hey, if the kids stink, guess what? You don't want them there anymore.
Right.
My bigger issue, optionality. Well, my optionality would be, I want the optionality to not have to hear that an arbitration hearing is going to determine whether they can sign a pitcher to what? Mm-hmm. None of these guys. It's not like you're signing Zach Wheeler for $42 million. No one's out here screaming about the Tigers signing Dylan Cease like the Blue Jays did.
Right.
But if they, this is one where I go, if Scott Harris wants Lucas Giolito and I'm the owner, I'm writing the check because it's not money that truly matters. You're not giving Lucas Giolito an 8-year contract.
Correct.
We're not talking salary deferrals.
Once again.
And once again, guys,
Correct.
At the risk of being fact-checked, I'm saying this is, I think I'm right, but I can get fact-checked. I think they have $38 million committed to the payroll for next year. Guys.
It's somewhere.
Come on.
It's low.
It's
like
the lowest of any of the top 12. So my whole point is if I outspend by $13 million this year, it's okay because I have savings on savings on savings the next 3 seasons as the Clarks and the McGonagalls and the Andersons and the Briseños come up.
Because it makes you wonder, well, what are you saving the money for? Because if you were ever going to spend the money,
it's now.
It's right now.
And by the way,
what has he done? How about not 1, but 2-time Cy Young Award winner?
It's just, and that's why I struggle to wrap my arms around this team. Because I just, it's crazy to me that this is where we've ended up. And now Wednesday's the arbitration. So I guess we got to pray that they alienate their best player by winning the arbitration. Therefore, he's woefully underpaid, but we'll have the scratch to maybe go get Chris Bassett. That doesn't give me the warm and fuzzies.
No.
David, Tex, and then we have a rack of callers to get to.
Someone says, oh my God, WTF Scott Harris. 1-year deal at $18 million would have been amazing. You're not blocking anyone with that move.
18, it's
Marlin.
15.
It's 15.
It's 15.
Yeah, even
it's
less.
the same money you paid Estelle Getty last year.
The Tigers are in a very tricky spot. The fans are starting to wake up and really question the thought process of Scott Harris. They are in a very, very big danger position here of the fans turning on them. That is Jake in Oxford.
You got to remember, though, they're in the worst division in baseball, and they're going to win enough games. You have to pay attention. They know that. And even fans who are upset know that. And even if they're 5 games out at the deadline, guess what? We've seen that movie. And even if they're 5 games up, well, we've seen that movie too. But they're going to be in the thick of this.
But the problem is, I don't care if you're in the thick of it for the AL Central. I want to win a World Series.
I know.
And with every point that you've both made, Mike, you're talking about the reset of the salary because of the young players. Enrico, you're talking about if they don't have 27, which is why they should have gone all out this year because everything resets after this year. You go for it with Skubal knowing you're going to lose them. And then it doesn't matter what happens next year.
And by the way, it's not like anyone on this radio station, the Death Star that is 97.1. It's not like anyone screamed, go give 8 years to Alonso. Look, the one guy I really wanted was Bo Bichette, but we knew early on they just weren't doing that. But it's not slanderous to go, all right, well, a 1-year deal? Yeah, I think it's okay if fans are mad.
Yeah, you're not
And the
talking about
1-year
Tucker.
deal fits into everything. It's like the win-win. You're going all in for this year,
Yeah.
and if you think it's going to be a strike the next year or a work stoppage, okay, fine. You're not on the hook for that. And it would become a win-win.
The other thing that has really bothered me about this offseason, and then I'm done belaboring it, trades are legal. You have all this prospect cachet.
Ghost.
You kind of have a glut. And you have certain prospects. For instance, you've got some redundancy in the system where, like Briseño Lorenzo, for an example.
Right.
I really thought that because of the economics of the sport, they would weaponize a prospect 2 or 3, make a trade for a player who still has team control. AAV would be minimal, and you get a player to roll into your core while somebody else is rebuilding. They've done nothing of the sort.
No, because you were told you don't want the ghost of players coming back to haunt you.
Okay, then. 248-539-9797.
No, I'm with you with the whole redundancy
I know
thing.
you.
Like you have too many people in one position, so capitalize.
And it's multiples.
Right.
Because it's also very imbalanced hitting positional players to pitching. But I keep waiting for it, and I go, all right, maybe now. And it just doesn't happen. But, guys, do you think Skubal's going to be vilified? Where are you with the Ken Rosenthal audio? And are you okay that it comes down to winning or losing the arbitration as to whether they're going to add to this team? $13 million is what's going to separate their ability to do something? How am I supposed to take that as a serious franchise, man? Because they are a good team. And they have a really good manager. And they have the best pitcher in baseball. And I may not appreciate the way that they approach baseball with the money ball stuff, but okay, it is effective to a point. I respect that.
Optionality.
Oh, my
Get it
God.
right.
All right, I tried. 248-539-9797. We go phone calls rest of the hour, 97.1. Straight to the people. Rest of the hour. If you got comments on Michigan State, here for it. And obviously, it's a little more complex with the Tigers, but the Ken Rosenthal audio, the looming arbitration for Skubal, and then Eugenio Suarez on a 1-year deal, $15 million. and you were nowhere to be found there, and I don't even love Suarez, but I totally understand people who go, what the F? I get it. On the flip side, make no mistake, him taking 1 year's and $15 million tells you what the league, as Ice Cube once said, here's what they think about you. 1 year, $15 million. A lot of swing and miss in that profile. Let's go to E, 97.1. E, how you been, buddy?
Hey, I'm good. Go Blue. First and foremost, I like to say go Blue. That was a great game on Friday. I told y'all they was going to beat them. I had to score a little wrong, but we still beat them by double digits. I look forward to beating on Duke on the 21st of this month, and then beating y'all again on March 8th and winning the Big Ten championship and the national championship. And I'm going to also give a shout out to our girls because we did the same thing. We beat the Lady Spartans on Sunday.
Nobody cares.
It was great.
But I'm sure they care, but nobody cares. Like we could just keep it with the men's team on Friday night. We're not doing women's basketball shout-outs. Come on now.
It's still a rivalry regardless. It's a Michigan Michigan State thing.
Buddy, that's like if you called in trumpeting hockey. Nobody cares. You had me with the first part.
We're the number one team in the nation in hockey. No one cares. We care. National championship.
How many hockey games you watch this year? Like I said, have a good day. 248-539-9797. Don't come into Nona's kitchen and lie. Don't do that. Stop it.
Do you keep that 12 gauge under the desk?
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to suffer fools. I didn't say. He has every right to say they can win a national championship. Noted. He's got every right to say we're going to beat on Duke. Cool. He did call last week, and he did say they were going to win the game. But don't be bringing up women's hoops or volleyball or hockey as some kind, like you're peacocking.
We're the number one team in hockey.
The hell out of here.
How many games?
No, then I asked him.
How many games did you watch this year?
You can't trumpet it if you haven't been watching it.
R.I.P.
No, I like E. He's as blue as it gets. But don't
do
that.
Liquor on the curb for you.
Don't do that stuff. Whoa, I mean, man, please, you sound like Jeremy Otto or Brendan Shabath when you do that stuff. Oh, it's a big weekend for men's tennis this weekend. It's like, what are we doing?
What about gymnastics?
Oh, my goodness.
Let's go to Connor.
Hey, David. Hey, did you see the way that game ended? The Michigan State game? Women's?
That's not what happened. I just made a point. You're not going to call up and flex on stuff that you don't watch.
What
That's
about
crazy.
rock, paper, scissors
All right.
championship?
Yeah, exactly. on the Ocho. Yeah, the Michigan men's log rolling team dusted Sparty this weekend.
The esports.
Right.
That was just funny. He had no answer for that. How many games you watched? He hung up on himself.
It's just basics. Because he didn't need to go there. They kicked our ass Friday night. Let's keep the main thing the main thing. Big weekend in pickleball for Michigan. Go to Connor, 97.1. Connor, I apologize. How are you?
What's going on, fellas? Keep that 12 gauge ready.
No.
Harris might need it after this one.
No. Go ahead.
But hey, so this guy, I'm fully convinced that he does not know what he's doing now. So I'll ask you a question. What's better, 3.64 or 2.9?
I've heard 3.6.
What's better, 49 home runs or 16, Mike?
Once again, I would say 49.
Wait, hold on. Let me do the math. No, it is 49.
I'll ask you another question. Who are we paying more money than Eugenio Suarez that has those stats that is in the way and blocking the young kids?
Would that be Javi Baez?
That'd be Gleyber Torres. That we just signed to a 1 year, $16 million deal, I believe.
I still never understood the extension of the qualifying offer to him. I didn't understand it. There was really no market for him.
I agree with your theory you had earlier that they were just trying to get a draft pick out of it. And that looks like that's what they're going to do with Skubal too. And it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and look, none of us can predict the future. Like they might really be awesome 2028, right? Let's say they're amazing. But I can't future cast that stuff beyond, hey, you've got a shot to have real good payroll control because you'll have so many kids, but it has nothing to do with winning while you have Tarek Skubal. I just want to be clear about that. Like, I understand their plan, but the plan has to evolve when you've made the playoffs. And it's the last year we have this guy, and I got to listen to people say, well, boy, if they lose that arbitration, Connor, we can't add anybody. Are you kidding me?
And now, my question is, where's the money from Kenta Maeda? Where's the money from the guy that never played last year that we signed for $15 million? They're both off the books. Our books are lighter than last year.
Well, no.
Why are we waiting for this $13 million that Skubal's going to free up when we're selling $13 beers at the stadium?
Because you did spend. I mean, look, you did spend some money. Now, again, the Glaber thing I hated, but it's money. You signed Kenley Jansen. It's money. You brought Finnegan back. Money. Whatever Drew Anderson is or is not, it's money. Mm-hmm. You did spend some money. I don't like how they spent it, but they did spend. Connor, look, we're all in agreement. You cannot allow $13 million to be a factor in chasing that World Series or not. You can't. And seemingly, and if you don't like my opinion, if you think it's unreasonable that I've arrived at that conclusion, then when you listen to what Rosenthal has to say, which is about the 50th report saying if they lose the arbitration Wednesday, they're not going to add anybody, then what conclusion should I come to?
That you only have $32 million to spend, and that extra $13 million, it's all contingent on whether you win your Skubal arbitration or not.
And I already went through the economics of it. Even if it caused them to, quote, lose money in this year, do you understand the money that has been made by owning this franchise in the family long term?
You're not.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, you're not about to hit some type of. There's no salary cap, but you're not about to hit some, apron or anything like that. It's just you just don't want to spend it. Let's just call it what it is.
And that bothers me because you're not a bottom rung team.
Right.
You're a good team.
It bothers me because you're in a division that you could win, and that one player can make sure that you win that division. Maybe that one bat, if you got Suarez here, maybe that's the bat that gets you, to the next round of the playoffs where you can't get to, and it only costs you $15 million.
248-539-9797. We will get back to the people. I got more phone calls to get to. Certainly some more texts as well. We've got a Can We Say That? We've got some Pistons trade news. I'm going to hold off on the Red Wings stuff. Kenny not here today, but also they do play Colorado tonight. I want to give them an opportunity to redeem themselves from the other night, but they are a camera bounce from being pointless in like 5 games.
That was a once-in-a-lifetime shot.
And they still lost the game. But they did get a point. But here's the thing. Goal differential for the Wings, it's like plus 52 for Tampa. The Wings are now 0. There are some questions, and when Kenny's back tomorrow, and look, maybe they win tonight. Maybe it changes the tenor. But tonight, this is a big game. They got dusted the other night. All right, FanDuel giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big game. 30% profit boost on passing yards, over-unders, alternate passing yards. We all know Ginger Jesus is going to throw for 380, so you may as well go for the over. It's about to happen. Rico knows it. I know it.
The world knows it.
The world knows it.
Make your money.
That's right. So whatever. Or if you want to bet against Sam Darnold, that warms my heart. But FanDuel has profit boosts. Go for it. Log in, claim them, opt in, and go. Play your game with FanDuel. Official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's just not necessary. All right. All I did was just check somebody on something. I don't think we need to be salacious. David, text, please. What do people have to say?
On the Tigers, someone says, this whole Scooble situation has given me no hope with us winning a World Series unless these kids become all-stars before they sign big contracts. Can it happen? Sure. But my faith in this team is the lowest in all of the town.
Wow, geez, man, for a team that's made it back-to-back years, that come on, it's a little much. Maybe? Like, you got more faith in the Red Wings? I guess I'd hold that opinion until I see the deadline.
Mike, you just have to realize the Tigers aren't a serious baseball organization. They do not care about winning. They'll keep selling you the quote-unquote kids are the future thing. 7 years from now, they'll still be an average baseball team.
No, look, okay.
I think that's where a lot of people are coming from, because you want to see them do better because of the division that they're in, because of the magic that we've seen for the last couple of years. And it's almost as if they kind of stumbled upon it. It's not like they tried to get there. They just ended up there.
Rico, they totally stumbled on it. They told you, no, you don't need to be nice. You can be real. Like, their plan was always 2027-28. Restructure, player development. We're gonna get this farm system in order. And then all of a sudden, Scooble's best pitcher in baseball. We're 9.5 games out the deadline. We're going to sell. They sold Jack Flaherty. They opted out. And they had a Pixar movie. Mm-hmm. Then the next year, out of nowhere, Zach McKinstry has a career year. Javi Baez resumes living on Earth. And last year, now they blew a 15.5 game lead, but they still made the playoffs. Like, I don't think any of this stuff was in the plan. The plan was always the kids. Right. What we're asking for is to just, okay, you're not trading certain prospects. And like, we're all excited to see a McGonigal or eventually a Max Clark, etc. But the idea of just, we can't sign a 1-year deal? We can't get a right-handed bat? Like, what has better odds? Suarez and a couple other veterans being at third base and producing an 800 OPS, or Max Anderson is simply a top 5 third baseman in baseball day one. You're playing odds here. No. For $15 million on a 1-year deal, even though I don't even love the player, yeah, I get why people are upset. The thing I want to make sure people understand, I'm more upset about the arbitration having anything to do with their pursuit of a starting pitcher. That can't be. If you get him for $19 million and then that's the permission slip to sign another player, the difference between 19 and 32 million in the grand scheme. And then when I future cast it out that your payroll, you're going to have incredible leverage because you're going to have so many players with years of team control. Guys, the 13 million, I ain't trying to hear it. If you're serious about trying to win a World Series, that $13 million is not a speed bump.
13, not 30.
Correct. 13. It would be unfair if I went on the air and acted like 40 or 50 million wasn't a big deal. No, it's a big deal. But 13, come on.
13, based off the fact you kind of threw away 15 last year and got nothing.
He can't let it go.
I can't, Mike. You know what?
It's all right.
You know, that should have been my New Year's resolution. Let that go.
David, go ahead, bud.
Go ahead and shoot that with the shot.
No.
Suarez wanted the hitter-friendly ballpark since he's betting on himself this year, never coming to Detroit, in my opinion, but I truly hope we made the phone call.
Yeah, so let's see. You have a bold take on something you have no way to back up, and you finish it with hope. I'm just going to go ahead and disregard that entire text. Try again.
Jake in Oxford says this is a serious problem how the Tigers are handling this offseason and off seasons of the past. And they look foolish with a lockout looming. You can seriously alienate your fan base. This is not good. What message is this sending current under contract players? Love to hear that opinion from the players. Scott in Tecumseh.
You're never going to get that opinion. I mean,
you're going to get it with the CBA negotiations. What you're going to get?
Yeah. I'm with you. Let's go to Red 97.1. Red, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Good, Red.
Hey,
What's good, man?
Not much. I just y'all keep saying arbitration, and I'm trying to follow. I don't get it.
Sure.
Like, if you just explain it for,
Yes.
in a way, arbitration for dummies,
Yeah,
like
no, it's all good. So here's a simple way to do it. It's a cost-saving, cost control measure, right? That in the CBA, teams were granted the ability for these players that they wouldn't go right to free agency. You would have these arbitration years. In those years, now mind you, a team can sign a player anytime they want, Red. Like they signed Colt Keith. He doesn't have to deal with any of that arbitration stuff. Right. So when you go to arbitration, the player presents their side, their case. The team, in essence, has to argue against their own employee. They have their side, you have your side. Now, before you go to the hearing, which is going to be Wednesday, you can settle. You can negotiate.
Yeah, you could end all this foolishness. Or, Red, think of it like this. You're at your job. You want a raise. Your job says you don't deserve that raise. We want to pay you this. You could go to somebody outside of your business. They will listen to both cases and decide who's more correct.
And all that has to happen, Red, is, okay, Boris said 32. The Tigers said 19. Your job is to prove or disprove that Tarek Skubal is worth a penny more or a penny less than $25.5 million. That's it. And it's either going to be 19 or 32.
So if they lose, then he becomes a free agent?
No, if they lose the arbitration, then they have to pay him what he wanted, $32 million. If they win the arbitration, they pay him what they wanted, $19 million. But at the end of this year, he will be a free agent. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, Red, please. No problem. Baseball, Red, don't feel bad about it at all. Baseball is one of the most confusing sports on the planet, brother. It's
so how
insanity.
did they come up with the ERA number?
Okay, so you...
Y'all have a good one.
David, where's that sound effect, damn it? Up next, Vorp trends. All right. Rico on Pacoda. It's exciting. Jesus. So OPS plus. All right. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to people. David, a couple texts. I know we're right up against the top of the hour. What's coming through here?
Someone sends this in and says the shotgun should absolutely replace the dial tone sound effect and be at the end of every idiot call.
No, but I wasn't. First of all, I don't think that's fair to call E that. I think E got a little bit cocky.
He was feeling himself.
So we just needed a reality check. Oh! You want to pimp hockey? How many games did you watch? We're not doing that. Michigan basketball kicked MSU's ass.
But see,
and
this, okay, but this,
okay, 97-1.
The Sports Business Journal is reporting that the Tigers are leaving FanDuel Sports Network along with all 8 other MLB teams. Detroit will likely go under the MLB umbrella, and reports have them going with the Red Wings as well. Tigers athletic beat writer Cody Stavenhagen reported this morning that the Tigers and Tarek Skubal are set to have their arbitration meeting Wednesday in Arizona. Michigan basketball coach Dusty May was asked if the league should take any action after the Jeremy Fears Yaxel Lendenborg trip. Izzo responded as well. Jeremy Fears was named a co-Big Ten Player of the Week today. He had a career-high 31 against Michigan. Fears also named as a top 10 candidate for National Point Guard of the Year. The Red Wings face the Avalanche tonight in Colorado. It's a 9 p.m. puck drop, and you can hear it right here on 97.1. According to Lions writer Justin Rogers, a provision in the CBA will keep Levi Onzuwerke and Josh Paschal under team control for the 26th season. Michigan football announced their spring game will take place April 18th. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, it's Monday. My favorite segment of the week. Can we say that?
David, this first one is for you.
Oh, really?
Looks like everything is lining up. You guys, the Pittsburgh Steelers will bring Aaron Rodgers back. Before you hit anything back there, will Aaron Rodgers lead this? Can we say Aaron Rodgers, with the new coach in place, will lead Steelers to the playoffs next year?
Sure, I can say that. That's wonderful, though. I want a Super Bowl. I want a championship. Make the Super Bowl. We've made the playoffs year after year after year with nothing to show for it. So, whatever.
I'll say no. I think Bengals will bounce back. Obviously, the Ravens. I can't do it. The Steelers, to me, feel like a team that's just capped at 9-8 next year. They have to retool that defense, which is way overpaid. Way too much of their salary cap is tied up in a defense that is no longer elite. They need to rebuild, and they refuse. So I'm just never going to bank on a team like that.
Well, speaking of Steeler quarterbacks, can we say throughout this Super Bowl week that Mac Jones will get traded for a third-round pick to either Minnesota or Pittsburgh?
He'll get traded, but I can't limit it to those two teams. Okay. I can't. David?
I can see Minnesota possibly. There's others involved, though. It won't be just those two, but yeah, Minnesota for sure I can see.
Well, there was a list of teams, but those were the two biggest teams to me. Guys, can we say somehow or another Tyreek Hill will end up a Kansas City Chief again?
God, I hope not. That'd be lame. I'm going to say no. I don't think you can go home again. And I'm not sure he's any good anymore. So I'll say no to that. Plus, they already have him, right? They have a cheap facsimile of it in Xavier Worthy.
Right.
They need an A.J. Brown type because what they're going to be missing is physicality. They don't have outside receivers. And with Kelsey, I'm sorry, whether he's back, retired, he's no good anymore. I'm going to say no. David?
There's a team in that same division that doesn't have any outside receivers, and they happen to have his former head coach as the offensive coordinator. That would be the Chargers. I can see that, but not Kansas City.
I think, Bieniemy coming back to run the offense.
Bring the band back together again. Yeah. Kelsey returns one more year.
Let's give it one more chance.
Please no.
Okay. Can we say that Myles Garrett should seriously look into being traded this offseason?
No, you took the money. We're done here. He had his opportunity last year, damn it, and then they bribed him. They basically pulled Amani Williams.
Well, how about this one? No. Well, how about this? No. Well, how about – wait, you're going to pay me that? Okay. No. You are – no, now you could sit there and rot. You did this. He had the opportunity last year if he stuck to his guns, and he didn't. So now, rot.
Yeah, he had all the leverage last year. I have a hard time feeling bad for him. He took the money. They're firing his head coach or his defensive coordinator, whatever it is, and he wants to tweet out the whole Popeyes lady, sitting outside all upset. It is what you took the money, dude. Just live with it. Enjoy your home. Enjoy the community. Become Walter Payton Man of the Year again and make you happy.
'Cause I think it'd be a ridiculous amount of cap hit that the Cleveland Browns would have to pay if they traded him. Can we say that the new way to become an NFL head coach is to be an offensive or defensive coordinator?
I do feel like when we talked about this, 3 of the 4 top scoring defenses in the league were playing for the right to go to the Super Bowl. It feels like as much of an offensive renaissance as we have had, specifically passing, the league is now going back to running the football, stopping the run, and defensively, if you can't sack the quarterback efficiently and effectively, you're dead. So, yeah, I think there's something to that.
Well, it used to be the rehab, you just bring back coaches, old coaches got fired. Okay, well, now you're going to go here. Or you go into the college ranks. Now it looks like if you're an OC or a DC, that's the path.
Well, you don't necessarily have to be an offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator. You just have to be passing game coordinator or all that other crap.
Okay, you know what? Fair.
And you have to have the label as smart and innovative. That's what you have to have next to your name. It can't be your last name. You have to have smart and innovative as your name. That's the guys they're hiring. Mike LaFleur, who just got hired in Arizona, and I get it's Arizona, but he never called plays. But he's smart and innovative. So that's why they're giving him a chance. And he was under the Sean McVay tree.
Yeah, I mean, I say that because you see a lot of coaches who got fired who said, you know what? Rather than sit out and do TV, I'll take a coordinator job. I'll go back into the ranks. I don't have to be the head guy anymore. So can we say Jacoby Brissett will be QB1 in Arizona for the first game?
I hope not. No. Why would you put that into the world? My God. Another year of Jacoby Brissett?
They look better with him than
that's not saying a lot.
Kyler Murray.
No. New people, new system, new you. No. Please don't do that. No.
You roll with him, and then you get a high draft pick next year.
No. Okay. David, I've said what I need to say. America does not need to be punished by another year of Jacoby Brissett.
No, they're drafting number 3 overall. They're going to take someone.
Right, but in a year where there's one quarterback.
What are you going to do? Take Ty Simpson? Is that what you're going to do?
With Arizona, I could see them trade back and do something like that. Yes.
No, that's what I'm saying. You got one quarterback this year. Unless you're the Raiders, this ain't the year to take a quarterback.
Arizona's also the same franchise that did draft a quarterback and then got rid of him the next year.
Right.
So
that's why I said Jacoby is QB1.
No.
Guys, can we say that no one really pays attention to the Super Bowl commercials the way they used to? Because
Guilty.
Like $7 to $10 million a commercial this year.
Yeah, no, guilty as charged. I don't care. I don't find it, and I don't. The Super Bowl at large is just not for me anymore, buddy. I had to Google Bad Bunny. Okay, I just like this isn't for me.
I Googled Bad Bunny, and I still didn't know what I was looking at.
So
I had to Google the Google.
A re-Google. Right. But no, the commercials, the egregiously long pregame, the halftime show that I just don't care about any year. No, none of these things appeal to me. The football is just, by the time the game is on, I can't wait for it to be over. Okay? The Super Bowl is turned into a clown car.
Unless it's a compelling game.
Yeah, no one seems to care about the commercials. In fact, I think they know no one cares because over the weekend, any big thing that was on, like the Grammys, which I watched, they played a Dunkin' Donuts preview commercial of their Super Bowl ad.
Well,
Jennifer Aniston and all this other stuff. And I'm like, so you're previewing what your Super Bowl ad's going to be?
You don't even have to wait till the Super Bowl to watch the ads. You could just go online and watch them all right now. So, yeah.
Can we say that celebrity opinions on anything is the most annoying thing in the world? when they all make $1 billion a year? Why do I have to hear from you?
You have a different perspective of life. Yeah, I understand.
You don't even live real life.
Can we say
you live in a $30 million home in Malibu?
How about this? Can we say we should just stop asking them
Yes.
how you feel about things?
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Tell your dog. I don't want to hear it from
Oh,
you.
this person said this. Okay. Do they know what the? Yeah.
Oh, what did the lead banjo player in The Who have to say? I don't care.
I always hearken back to the whole Ja Rule.
Oh,
who cares what Ja Rule has to say about this? As he's sitting there on CNN or Fox, it's like, who found Ja Rule? And why do I care? Anyway.
Probably his creditors.
A couple more. Okay.
Hey, Firefest, book your tickets.
Okay. How about this? Let's step outside of football for these final Can We Say? If you don't mind. Can we say that Alabama has gotten worse since the addition of Charles Bediako? They are now currently out of the top 25, and I don't think they've won a game since he joined them.
And I laughed because Florida's coach is like, yeah, I don't care. They can play Bediako. We'll still beat them. You know, or like the other thing was the fans chanting G League dropout.
Yeah. The only thing funnier than that, and I felt bad because they took it away. I don't even know if it made television.
What?
But as the Michigan players were taking free throws, somebody had a bed sheet or a blanket, and it was Sharon Moore's mugshot.
Yeah, they took it away from him.
Why'd they take it away?
Well, you know, it wasn't ethical. I don't know.
Ethical?
You know what?
Back when I
Honestly,
was in school, you know what they used to do? There were these maniacs behind the basket in the zone, and they would put up this 700-pound woman, and they would slot in the name of the player's mother when they were at the free throw line. So if his mom's name was Diane, they'd tack up Diane on there. And Diane was like from My 1,000-Pound Life.
Yeah.
Like, it was your coach
Bruh.
got arrested. It's not, well, what do you want me to do?
It was hilarious. The guy broke it out. I'm like, that's funny. And then all of a sudden you see him, give it here. And then they took it away. I'm like,
Let them have fun.
I feel like going and giving that here's $50. You know what? That was funny and creative.
Jeez.
Pizza's on me tonight. Finally.
Damn. That's funny.
It was. Can we say that Michigan is the best team in the nation?
No.
In college hoops?
No, but I'd put them number 2. I think Arizona might be a cut above. But Michigan is certainly, if they're not co-favorites to win the national title, they're number 2. Yeah. They're really good.
And David, last one's for you real quick, if I can, 10 seconds. Can we say it's time for LeBron James to just go ahead and fade into the sunset when you're being gifted all-star games now?
Yeah, bye-bye, LeBron. I don't need to see you, hear from you ever again. Please leave.
When the throwback jersey is the jersey you broke into the league with
in Cleveland, yeah,
it's time to go. That's Can We Say That? 97.1. Guys, you've heard me talk about my basement done for me by Matrix Basements for a while, through the planning stage, through the building stage, and now I can sit back and I can watch all the games. I can watch movies down there. And they can do the exact same thing for you. Here's what you need to do. Head over to matrixbasements.com right now. Get the free consultation. They'll come up with a design for you. And in about 7 to 8 weeks, you will be sitting in a brand new basement. Or if you need an addition to your basement, they can do that as well. But here's the kicker. They are offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. No interest, no payment until the year 2028. You don't have to wait for that dream space. Not with Matrix Basements. They can deliver your dream space and make your payments so much easier with Build Now, Pay Later. Absolutely zero interest and zero payments until the year 2028. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new basement sooner.
David on text, and then I want to just bring up the latest and greatest with the NBA trade deadline coming Friday. Couple names mentioned with the Pistons, one of which warrants some discussion. I don't think anyone's right or wrong. I do think it's okay to feel a certain way about it. We'll talk momentarily. David, go ahead.
Can we say it's time for Izzo to go? That is Joe in Fenton.
I mean, you can say that about any coach over the age of 70. Yeah. I'm not going to bristle at it. But can we be clear about something? This isn't like Syracuse basketball the late years. Yeah. It's not like State's making the NIT. If Izzo's crime is they're not going to win a national championship, okay, well then you're going to have to fire a lot of coaches.
I was going to say, if Izzo's crime is you lost to Duke, Nebraska, and Michigan this season, there's a lot of coaches who would have to be fired if that was their resume.
Right.
19-3.
This isn't John Chaney the late years. So I think there's a middle ground here. Do I wish – look, it's no secret Tom's got limited time left. Once you got a 7 in front of your name, all right, life may last a lot longer, but your professional future, you don't have long. I wish Tom would just give up the ship and spend the way it needs to be, the way he doesn't want to do it, but the way it needs to be done. Because for all of the recruiting, let's be clear, those kids primarily are not leading you anywhere.
No. I think you'll probably see, especially because the title games here, if he's ever going to spend, it's going to be this off season, because that would be the perfect ending to his story. I won my second title in Detroit in front of the home crowd. So he spent, in high school recruiting a lot more than he's ever done. Portal pieces, probably 2. I don't think he's going to do what Michigan did, but I could easily see him going out and grabbing a couple of extra portal people.
Someone says Jordan got gifted with an all-star selection when he was with the Wizards. I see nothing wrong with getting an all-star selection for LeBron James. Okay.
You're disgusted.
I am, because it feels like he's retiring at the end of the year, but he's not telling anyone, so he's going to get treated like that, and then he won't, and then he'll get the treatment next year all over again.
David, it's your choice to let it bother you. Much like my next topic is a choice.
Because when I sit there and try to watch basketball, they play the Lakers every night on national TV.
It's Los Angeles, it's the Lakers, it's LeBron. David, you're not new to this. Come on, man. It's like the Dallas Cowboys. They haven't won anything since Clinton was in office. But they get all their games on. It's a business. You know this. You're not stupid.
I get past that one because it's the NFL and I just watch football.
Oh, okay.
That's how I get past it.
Let me update you with the Pistons. So Mark Stein has indicated the Pistons have had internal discussions about Michael Porter Jr., which we know. He didn't play last night, personal reasons. And then, Miles Bridges.
Oh, boy.
So, look, the MPJ one we've talked about. Is he real? Is he empty calories? He's putting up numbers on a really bad basketball team, but he does shoot damn near 40% from deep on over 8 attempts a game. What do the Pistons really need? Shooting. Miles Bridges is more complicated. First of all, the numbers. About 18 and 7 a night on 33% from deep. Not ideal, but athletic, physical. But it's complicated, and I'm not telling you to feel a certain way or not. I'm just telling you how I feel, and I think those of you who listen to this show, when we've mentioned this name in the past, Rico has brought up his name in the past, I've had a certain reaction. And it's just very simple. I'm really not interested in a guy who beat the hell out of his baby's mom in front of the kid and then violated the PPO. Now, does that mean Miles has to be the guy he used to be? No. But it also doesn't mean he can be the reclamation project here. I've never been comfortable.
He'll always have a stigma to his name.
Look, I'm not telling you I'm going to root against the team. That's not what I'm saying. I'm never watching basketball again. No.
You're not going to turn into that guy?
No. But if you know the details of what went down there, and I have a hard time going, all right, bring him home. And I don't think he solves what they need most, which is a little bit more floor spacing. I mean, he's hyper athletic. And
he would be a second scorer for Cade.
But down the stretch, and I've got it. Is he a knockdown shooter? No.
Yeah, it's hard to separate it because, the stuff that he has done in the past or accused of being done in the past, very heinous. I'm with you on that. It's like, look, if you're trying to win and you don't care, then it is an option. But I'm not going to say it's going to be an easy option. I'm not going to say, oh, my goodness, you should just take him in with open arms. I get the skepticism, but you probably could have got him a lot cheaper a few years ago when all of that stuff went down as an investment. Has he changed his life around? Man, I don't know. I guess no news is good news. He's not in the news for off the court stuff. I would still take Michael Porter Jr. I think that will help the Pistons out more. I kind of thought that boat had sailed for Miles Bridges, but I mean,
you're kind of talking yourself in a circle.
No, because I like his game on the court. Can't stand what he did off the court. So that's where I'm conflicted.
Yeah, and look, guys, just win, baby, and the whole thing. I hear you. And if they do the deal,
yeah, I guess I'm not to the point of just win, baby anymore. It's just
I'm not going to kill the organization if they do it. I'm just telling you some of my concerns about it is he kind of did. Look, I'm not going to. Here's the other thing. Let's be clear. We're not going to do a power rank of crimes.
Well, you kind of brought in a person last year Beasley, who didn't have the most stellar record.
True.
And he had a lot of things going badly for him off the court, and he kind of continued that allegedly. And maybe take a deep breath, avoid that altogether. Michael Porter Jr. or go get down.
Also strange too is the Hornets I think they've won like 8 in a row. They're on the verge of being in the playoff tournament, and now you want to sell high on Miles
Nipple.
Bobby Nipples is killing it, man. That kid is good. Like, you knew he was good at Duke, but his game has translated. Yeah. This has been a great rookie class. Yeah. Not to take away from our topic, but like, dude, what Edgecombe's doing in Philly, this is a good top end of that draft. Mm-hmm. But I'd like to know what you guys think. Look, I think I'd say 3 out of 4 Piston fans, they fight you on some level about a trade. They either don't want to get rid of Tobias, or they have this mythical chemistry you don't want to mess with. Okay. But it's clear if they've had internal discussions about a couple of players. And I think if you watch the games, even winning in the regular season is one thing. Like, okay, great. You beat the Nuggets and nobody played. Or last night, you played a bad Nets team and not even their best player played. Like, I can't take that stuff seriously. When you get into the playoffs and you got to close out a game, much less a series, Cade needs a running mate. Mm-hmm. And there is no one on this roster right now capable of closing those games out. That's not a shot. Duren does his job, but his job is to not have plays drawn up for him. His job is to not be a secondary scorer. That's just not his job description.
All-star.
Somebody's got to be there. The point is, I think they do need to make a move. I'm not going to go crazy about the Miles Bridges thing. I'll just tell you I have reservations about it. That's all. Michael Porter Jr., yeah, I probably would do it. Based on the shooting alone, I'd be surrounding him with more talent.
And the only other thing, or two, that it is probably may not be a greatest idea to bring Miles Bridges here. He's from here, or close by, which means that all the other friends and,
the influence
may not be, further away. You know what? They're not going to fly. They're not going to hop in the car. But, oh, wait, it's just 40 minutes away now? Oh, yeah.
The problem I have, too, is all the reading I've done about Miles Bridges is the Hornets may want as many as 2 first-round picks here. That feels a little steep.
That feels a lot steep.
Now, I don't care about picks if I'm getting Lowry Markkanen. I don't care about picks if you're getting Giannis.
I don't care about picks, Mike, if I don't have to worry about what's going on after the game is over.
See, and that's what I was going to say before you brought up the picks is, and yes, they traded for Dennis Schroeder, but this would be a bigger move than that. Do you want this to be your first big move where you're questioning Because if something goes wrong, you're screwed.
But guys, here's the thing. I have one issue here. All right, he's not a good shooter. Oh, can we just go back to this? Like,
no, he's a scorer, not a shooter.
Right, but he's also not. How great is he? Like, he's not a guy I'm drawing a play up for, and I'm gonna have him create his own shot. That's not, like, you're not gonna go ISO and like, all right, Miles, take it away. 2-4-8.
Just let him drive to the basket.
Okay, then. I don't think he's a fit, and yeah, I have major reservations about the other thing. Because you lay your hands on a woman. That's hard for me to come back to. Dude, he did it in front of the kid.
Well, here's the thing: 2 first-round picks, and even it's one of those things that, let's say, nothing has happened for the last 3 years. Who's to say 3 years in one day? Like, every night, you're Trajan Langdon, and you're jumping online, you're grabbing your phone, and you're scrolling to see. Okay, last night was a good night. Okay, nothing happened.
See, but that's the thing: if he's not, in our mind, a fit on the court, then you have those question marks, then I would stay away.
Yeah, look, I can leave the off-court stuff alone, okay? The on-court fit, I think, is more than fair for me to openly question it. And the other thing, too, look, I don't want to nerd out, but Rico, he's due $26 million. And next year he's due $23 million. So who are you getting rid of? Now, mind you, I'm the first guy to launch Tobias out of a cannon for the higher-level guys. But is it a net positive to take Tobias plus picks and trade it for Miles Bridges?
It would be, Mike. Let's just say that happens, because chances are you'll probably get Tobias back, because whoever gets him will probably waive him, and then you can re-sign him and bring him back, and it would really just cost you 2 first rounds.
Okay, now you're going down a hell of a hypothetical here.
I understand.
So you're kind of setting me up for a fail, because I can't disprove something that may never happen. Thank you for that.
That's what I'm here for.
Well, I don't like that. That's crummy.
Well, you know what?
You know what? That's a lousy way to argue. 24853. No. Damn it. It was one caller, and you know what? 97.1. To hell with you. Straight to the people. Just a little bit of Pistons trade news. Again,
MPJ is nothing new. The Miles Bridges stuff is new. I question the fit on the court, and I just don't want to be in business with him off the court. But you know what? Look, plenty of teams have got plenty of bad guys. It's just something you got to get over. I know that. And I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to why. I can just voice I'd rather go trade for someone else, preferably someone who shoots better than 33% from deep, but also is not a bad guy. Go to Darren, 97.1. Darren, what's good?
Oh, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Look, Mike, I agree with you 1,000%. We don't need Miles Bridges here. Now, why don't we entertain the thought of the Pistons doubling down on what they do best, which is great defense? Can you imagine a second lineup with Ron Holland, Beef Stew, and, say, Bobby Portis as your guy? Wouldn't disrupt anything. You might not even have to get rid of Tobias. He may be able to pick him up for a first or maybe 2 firsts.
No, I mean, Darren, that's the margins, Trajan Langdon. That's the most Detroit move ever. Bobby Portis. But I get it. That doesn't put you into championship
Right.
contention.
Now, see, Darren, if you want to go with defense, then I say you go all out and you bring in Jaren Jackson Jr., and now you got it.
No, that's a little bit beyond what they're willing to
That
pay.
ain't the margins right there.
I'm mindful, Mike, the Pistons are going to be good for a while. Their window is going to be kind of long. That first-round pick is going to be in the lower third of the draft. And I don't care how deep the draft is, it's a crapshoot when you get beyond the top 10 players. So those first-round picks don't hold the same value as lottery picks do.
Yeah, I would rather use them in an effort to get higher level players. I don't want to be in the business of taking first round picks flippantly and getting better in the margins. If I'm giving up first round picks plural, it has to be for a starter caliber player.
Well, you said it best. You know, Trajan loves to play at the margins, and he's our guy. He would fit right in the second unit, which is what he's been used to.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to give up first round pick for that. I'd be shocked.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm just saying, I'm just thinking outside the box here, and I'm like, double down on what you do best. Play defense, run that second unit out there, wear teams down.
But again, Darren, there's nothing wrong when you isolate the player you're bringing up. The problem is it does not fix this team's issue, is that when you are going out to try to close out series, you need a second option. I want to go back. I want to hearken back to your series against the Knicks last year. Your second option was a dude who didn't pay his barber. You can't be taken seriously as a championship team. And if you want to go down this pathway, go look here. When the Bucks were winning championships, they had Giannis in his prime. They also had Chris Middleton. They also had Drew Holiday. Like, they had options. Mm-hmm. You can't win a championship with one player running every set down the stretch. Cade will get run into the ground. So, yes, okay, Bobby Portis. Fine. Why not get someone and Bobby Portis? That's doable.
That is doable. Fair.
Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing?
Hey, Mike. I think we should launch Tobias into space, get me Markkanen or MPJ, and don't go near Miles Bridges.
Jeff, I'm with you. When people start crying about trading Uncle T, Jeff, I don't know what planet I'm on. I really don't.
Just go get. Do we need someone? I feel like we need someone who could shoot. Like Miles Bridges doesn't really do that.
No, 33% from deep. That's not getting it done for me. I mean, Rico's got a point. Obviously, it helps your athletic profile. Great in the open floor, but he's not a great shot creator, and he's not a great pure classical scorer. Like, I'm not clearing out for him to close a series. I'm not doing that.
Right.
And that's before we get to the other stuff. No, Jeff, I'd love to see them make a move because I say it again. If anybody wants to argue this, we're here till 6 o'clock. What player that's currently on this roster is going to be ready to close out playoff series this year or next? Is it Ron Holland? Is it Ausar Thompson? Is it Jaden Ivey, who plays 15 minutes a night? Who is it? Who's the player? Is it Duncan Robinson? Beef Stew?
Karis LeVert?
Sucks. That's the end of that sentence. The point is, you and again, it is not to say that Ausar can't become more than he is, or certainly Ron Holland. it might be years away, if ever. You got to get someone in here now. It's time. You're a good team. And I do think you'll beat the Knicks if you play them in the playoffs. If you make a move, you got to add. Cade needs help. I can't change that Duren can't be that guy. Duren's the perfect third guy. The third piece, because that's where the value lies in everything he brings. He's never going to be a guy averaging 25 or 9. Right. Ever. And if he did, it would be tip dunks and lobs.
Right, because I don't want to hear fans say, oh, but he's an all-star. That feels just as empty
Great.
as the Tigers
You know
all-stars.
what? So is Jamal McGlure. I'm sorry. Is there a room for him in the Hall of Fame?
Nice pull. Wow. Nice.
Damn all-star teams. It perverts.
I had a cap.
You know what I'm saying.
Jamal McGlure.
Right, folks. This is what you get from 2 to 6.
That's right. Ridiculous NBA references. Let's go over to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's good, Mike?
Man, I just want to give you some backdrop to what you're saying, some facts about what you're saying. If you go back to the last 10 years, the last 10 champions, every championship team had a all-star caliber. He had to be all-star, but an all-star caliber second guy. Kyrie closed for LeBron.
Yes.
KD closed for Steph.
Yes.
When Toronto won it, they had, I forgot the big fella that he got now. He's
Siakam.
Dynamic.
It was Siakam. It was Freddie Van Vliet. It was Kawhi.
Yep. And then you go to Milwaukee. If it wasn't for Chris Middleton,
that's right.
They would have never won it. He's a knockdown shooter.
You go with the Warriors. You had the Splash Bros, not the Splash Bro.
Yep.
You had the Celtics with multiple options. Yes, that Mike.
The Lakers.
Yes.
The Lakers had, they had the big boy, the unibrow. Nobody. So right now, if you look at what the Pistons, and I love Tobias, but he's just not consistent at the level. He has the talent. He just hasn't shown it throughout his career. And nobody else on the team has shown it.
And my thing is this.
Going on that factor,
Mike, if they had drafted a player, let's say things were different. Let's say in a different universe, they had drafted VJ Edgecombe. There would be no discussion of trading him because of his immense upside that borders on immediate, right? Well, we don't have that. Asur, I will be shocked if Asur is a guy I'm running plays for in the next few years. Ron Holland is so young. I could understand the risk because he is years, plural, away.
But Mike, we got a chance to win right
Correct.
now.
That's why I want to do it.
We got to do it right now. Boston is coming. Boston is playing much better than I ever thought they would be playing.
Yeah, look, it's not about one team. It's about even if you get out of the East, how do you give this a real run in the NBA Finals? And why not? There hasn't been a back-to-back champion in how long? Why not give it a run?
And let me ask you one question. What is it? Why aren't they giving additional minutes to Ivy to see if he can do it? There is some reason.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you, Mike, to me, it's really simple. He's never fit here. He played his best ball when Cade was hurt. And he came off that injury, and this train, it ain't slowing down. He's just not a feature. I mean, Rico, tell me where I'm wrong here.
No, you're not. You're not. It was.
That's why I wanted to trade him last summer.
No, it was a lot of hope. You thought that maybe he can bounce back from this injury and he could be that lottery pick that you thought he was going to be, but it's been rather disappointing.
And now, to me, this is your last opportunity to extract any value. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Winter conditions, no joke. Even today, just driving in earlier, we got a little dusting, and all of a sudden the roads, people are driving around all squirrely. Ice, blowing snow, you name it. Man, if you're in an accident or, I don't know, you slip and fall on your head in the parking lot, David Femininio gets it. He's an injury attorney for over 30 years in the state. He's helped thousands of people pick up the pieces after an incident. Just call David, 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, Get David, getpaid.com. That's Get David, getpaid.com.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
Can we say that Justin Jefferson said the quiet part out loud?
Yes.
I definitely feel like we would have been done better with Sam Darnold here this year.
I'm not even mad about it. Oh, but he threw his quarterback on. I don't care. It's just blatantly obvious that Sam Darnold was better than JJ this year. It's okay to say it. And now that the GM got clipped, also didn't have on my bingo board, we'd be using paternity leave against the guy. Did you see that this weekend?
No.
That's why? He had a son like a year ago, and he took 2 weeks off. And the quote from one NFL executive was, people around the league were in disbelief. Like, is that really the report we're going to go with?
It was training camp time.
How about the guy drafted poorly? How about, he I don't know, he threw a chair at someone.
Right.
Like, give me something substantive other than dude had baby. Like,
if you want to say he let Darnold go and shouldn't have.
Right.
Cool.
Anything. Oh,
Yeah.
my God. Did you see he was at home with his wife for 10 days?
Yeah, because I think that's what it really was. Somebody's got to take the fall for this Darnold thing, and not it. And he was the last one, so he had to go. Can we say Geno Smith will be a starter on a new team next year?
No, unless it's in Canada. He's done, man. He was so bad. He looks so disinterested, and he's mid-30s. Nah.
That's it. A lot of teams are going to be needing QBs.
Not that kind of QB.
Okay.
Yeah, he won't be a starter, but I would say hello to the Los Angeles Chargers as a backup.
Oh, he can be a backup somewhere. But Rico talking about a starter, do me a favor.
No.
Next time you go to get your garbage can off the street and wheel it back in, put a Raiders helmet on it. That's Geno Smith. Collector's edition.
You know what? You're looking at my notes.
There's Geno right there.
That's Geno.
You're looking at my notes. Can we say the Las Vegas Raiders job is a better job than the Arizona Cardinals?
Yes. By leaps and bounds. Arizona is a train wreck top to bottom. Look, you can say whatever you want. I understand the Brady thing. I don't like that he's an announcer and a part owner, but I'll lean into having the number one pick, and I'll lean into having Brady trying to get that thing on the rails versus whatever the Bidwells have going on in the desert, and I got to figure out what to do with Gary Coleman, a.k.a. Kyler Murray.
The Memphis Showboats, or whatever the USFL
The
team
Memphis
is.
Showboats?
That's a better job than the Arizona Cardinals.
What about Jay Gruden and the Tampa Bay Storm of the Arena League?
Iowa Barnstormers?
Arizona Rattlers. Iowa Barnstormers? What was it, San Jose Sabercats?
Yes.
Albany Firebirds?
Arizona Rattlers.
Let's talk about it.
Okay.
What about the New York, New Jersey Red Dogs?
This is one where I think we're going to be in agreement. Can we say the NFL needs to stop expanding the international games because it came out today? Going to be playing a game in Paris.
Oh, good.
Paris.
Just what I was hoping for. They're not going to stop. That's why the salary cap is going to cross $300 million this year, by the way. Why don't you do me a favor? If you want a fun exercise the next time you're bored, go look at what the salary cap was 2016. Go look at it, what it is today.
It's like, what, tripled?
Just go look.
Okay.
Because it's showing you they're not going to stop. But it also angers me that I have to listen to people who want to cape up for teams and talk about the cap as if it's real.
You're exactly right. It sucks that they're going to be in Paris and all these other places. But you're right, Mike, about the salary cap. That's why they keep doing this. There's going to be a game almost every week. Every team's going to go out internationally because they're going to say, okay, thank you for
And guess
the more
what?
money.
And you know who's going this year?
The Lions.
Yeah.
No, and
I can almost guarantee it's that Germany game because of Amon-Ra.
The other thing, next 10 years, if somebody puts enough money together,
There'll be a team.
Oh, there'll be a division in Europe.
Yes.
If they're going to pay 10, 11, 12 billion dollars per U.S. currency for franchising rights, oh yeah. Hope you're ready for that East Coast swing. Where? Lisbon and London. They'll do it. They won't stop at nothing.
Don't forget Ireland. All right.
Great.
And Sam Darnold can go there.
Well, maybe that's where Geno can play. Geno has a job now.
Man, they don't want
Europe.
Man, Geno, please find the biggest dump on earth. That's where he can play. He's done.
Speaking of money in the NFL, can we say that the NFL, we like to say that college football got ruined by money?
Yeah.
They're just as greedy as the CFP with this new $1 billion deal with ESPN.
Yeah.
Where ESPN is employees now.
Well, yeah, the NFL owns 10% of ESPN, so you can now take anything ESPN says and disregard it. They are compromised. They are bought and paid for. They are essentially Jerry Falwell to the pool boy. If you know, you know.
The chair.
Yeah, they sit. ESPN now sits in the weird chair in the hotel room that doesn't face the TV. You figure it out. It's disgusting. It's no different than ESPN having their own sports book at one point and being a network that calls games. Complete conflict of interest.
So I've heard.
Yeah, when that got finalized, this is how I felt. It just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't.
What, to have the league own a piece of the biggest broadcast? No, David, it doesn't.
And then they put in quotations, well, ESPN won't get favorable. No, yes, they will.
Paying that much money, yeah. I guess the Super Bowl will be on ESPN next year because
I think it actually is.
I just missed the good old days of Fox and CBS and ABC Monday Night Football.
Yeah, or NBC in the mix. But I hear
Yeah.
Don Criqui.
Can we say?
No.
Okay. I'll finish it. Remember, you said no.
Just go ahead.
Can we say in honor of Black History Month?
Go ahead. Let me see if I'm going to say yes or no.
The NFL needs to rethink this Rooney Rule because no black head coaches were picked this go round.
The problem is there's nothing you can do. If you say no to the Rooney interview rules, they throw it in your face. Well, you didn't want to go on the interview. Then you do the Rooney interviews, and you get passed over for people whose resumes aren't even remotely as good as yours. How Brian Flores didn't get a job, I have no understanding. So, Rico, you're right, but I am in no way qualified to offer a better solution.
Yeah, I don't know what the better solution is, but to be honest,
Like, what are you supposed to do? Spin the wheel of diversity?
Well, looking at
it came up.
things-
It's your turn to hire a minority. What are you supposed to do?
But looking at things this year, this process, Brian Flores was the only one that
Back in the game.
He was the only one to me that could have been a head coach.
Okay.
I don't really know anyone in the process this year that's like, oh yeah, he should be. It's only one this year. So I'm not going to go crazy over not one getting the job.
No, but I think the one who didn't is still a pretty big oversight when Todd Monken's mummified body got hired.
Well, I mean, Raheem Morris had to wait until Arizona hired their coach and said, all right, I'll be a DC. So, all right.
That's Can We Say That?
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Sports Business Journal is reporting the Tigers are also one of the teams that are expected to leave FanDuel Sports Network. Quote, sources told SBJ the Ilitch Group is expected to take the Red Wings along with the Tigers to MLB Media, which would provide some production and distribution services for the Red Wings linear broadcast in Detroit, end quote. Michigan basketball coach Dusty May said there were several plays in the Michigan State game Friday that were very dangerous. What does Izzo think? Today, Fears was named as a top 10 candidate for Point Guard of the Year and a co-Big Ten Player of the Week. According to Lions writer Justin Rogers, a provision in the CBA will keep Levi Onzuwerke and Josh Paschal under team control for the 2026 season. Michigan wide receiver Andrew Marsh has made it official he's returning to Ann Arbor. He had 651 yards and 4 touchdowns last season. The Red Wings face Colorado for the second straight game tonight. They're hoping to erase the 5-0 drubbing Saturday from memory. You're right here on The Ticket, coming up at 9 o'clock. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Can We Say That Monday? Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything, including we talked Michigan and Michigan State. We talked about the latest Ken Rosenthal audio about the Tigers, and we are going to try to do all of that in a different way right now. But if you want the full presentation, Odyssey.com Rewind. So it's a Can We Say That Monday. I have 4 Can We Say That's that I want you guys to kind of debate, bicker on, or you can agree, disagree, whatever you like. But can we say that? I'm going to run through these 4. I think it runs the gamut of the entire show. I may add a 5th on the fly. But Rico, I want your take on these. All right. So number 1, can we say Michigan is absolutely a national title contender and Michigan State is absolutely not?
No, I'm going to say no. You had me at the absolutely not. They're top 10 teams, so they have a chance. But the first part, absolutely.
Michigan, well, it's all inclusive. You don't get to break up this train, so you're going to say no.
It's kind of like Stoney. I invented this game.
No, so that's the blind rank.
Well, and can we say is mine? I'm going to say, yes, Michigan is a national title contender. Now, if you say Michigan State is not, okay, absolutely not, I can't do.
Absolutely not. Okay. Can we say that unless Izzo gets serious about the portal, he's never getting a second natty? You can't have a borderline outside. They were outside almost the top 60 in the portal rank. I understand one of the kids is hurt. The bottom line is none of these dudes are a Yaxel. None of these dudes are a Graham Ike. None of these guys are the guy.
Right, Mike. Well, look, I see portal a little different than you and Cookies. You guys see it as the absolute be-all, end-all. I see the portal as kind of like free agency. You have a deficiency, you go add it with free agency. Because if you swing and miss in the portal, okay, you went and got this guy and he still sucks. Well,
that's on you.
That is right. Right, but no, I'm just saying. So no, I can't say that if you don't hit the portal hard, then you're done.
Rico hates both of these. Let's go to number 3. Can we say the Tigers' entire fate is on Wednesday's arbitration as it relates to spending? Rosenthal basically said it. If they lose the arbitration, they're not adding anyone. Should they? Yes. Will they? No. How could $13 million be the end-all, be-all?
So this is how it feels when you're like, wow, that's really good. Because all 3 of yours have been really good, even though
you hate them. I know.
No, I don't hate them. It's just they're very thought-provoking.
Well, that's the design.
I know. I'm giving you credit, Mike. Just take it.
Damn it. I want the
shotgun
truth.
Down. All right. Sadly, this is true.
You could say yes. Okay.
Sadly, it should not be, but it is. It's like, let's have a baby to save this marriage.
Whoa. David, do you want to play the Rosenthal audio since this is one we have I want people to hear this. He's talking about, look, they have interest in other pitchers, but they're waiting for the arbitration, and if they lose and they got to pay Skubal, they're not adding anyone. That's Ken Rosenthal, by the way, not us. Take a listen. And the last one, can we say the Pistons, not the Red Wings, are in the best spot in this city to make an all-in move to try? I mean, look, the Wings could still miss the playoffs. The East is highly compressed. The Wings have some telltale signs of fraudulence, including a goal differential of 0. The Pistons, dump truck teams. They sit atop the East by a wide margin, and they have one glaring need that needs to be addressed. The Wings have multiple. Need a top 4 defenseman, need a top 6 forward. I'm not going to say you need a goalie, but I also was the guy who said I don't think you're going to have Gibson playing like Vasilevsky for the rest of the season. Can we say that it's the Pistons that could violate the Coney contract and be the most justified in doing it?
This one I think is the easiest of the 4. Yeah, you're absolutely. I mean, the Pistons are there right now in a conference that's down. Not your fault.
No.
And you can clearly take advantage of this by just making that move. Yeah, the Pistons are the easier. And if I can harken back. Mike, I'd like to change what I'll agree with you on the second one about the portal.
All right. I like this. And again, if you go and get 2 guys out of the portal,
right,
you got to be right.
Right, that's good because I'm like, okay, you don't need to get 5 guys out of the portal, but one really good one.
That's
or
it.
2, like 2 8s or 1 team.
I'll give you a case in point. Next year, he's bringing in this top 2, top 3 recruiting class. He needs to bring an adult into the room,
right,
who's an NBA player for $3-4 million as a stabilizer. And he's not willing to do that right now. And I'm not trying to I'm not knocking the kids he brought in, but like Fort and Ugi Kabuchi, whatever the hell his name is, man, they ain't no good.
Well, Divine came because Holloman left, so he wasn't expecting that. He thought he had Trey coming back. Trey left.
Trey Holloman. I mean, come on, man.
But I mean, then again, hey, North Carolina thought they got a steal.
NC State.
I mean, yeah, NC State. Yeah. They thought they got a steal with
How'd that
Trey.
worked out?
So that's what I'm saying. The portal,
they got Trey Holloman, and they go. That highlight vid looked a lot better than this. 248-539-9797. So here's what I want from you guys. You want to treat these, can we say that's like a piñata? Your prerogative. You agree? You disagree? Those are the issues of the day. Can we say Michigan's and Nash absolutely a title contender and State is absolutely not? Can we say that unless Tom Izzo gets serious about the portal, he is never winning another national title? Can we say the Tigers' entire fate is on the arbitration with Skubal Wednesday? Well, I think we can, because every report coming out is, boy, they like this player, but, oh, God, they better win that arbitration or they can't spend.
That's just sad, but it's true. That can we say is so true what you said, but it's pathetic.
Well, I'd like to take the extra step, which is, can we say that if the Tigers allow $13 million to stop their pursuit of getting better, they're not a serious World Series team?
Better, right? Or were you really trying to get better?
And the last
$13 million?
$1, can we say that the Pistons, not the Wings, are in the catbird seat as the team that has not only the ability, but the best reason to make that big move? All of those are in play. 248-539-9797. David, would you like to launch one of these out of a cannon?
No. I completely agree with the Pistons one. They are in a much better spot than the Detroit Red Wings. The Red Wings, to me, look like a team, and we can get into this later, another day, whatever. They just look like the same team that we've seen the last 3 years.
If they lose badly to Colorado tonight,
correct.
But they are a miracle puck bounce from going, 5 games without a point?
Correct. And the Pistons, are in a much better position. Yes, they're in first place, but the East is so bad right now that you can make that move, and that puts you right there at contending for a spot in the NBA Finals. So, yes.
It's almost as if the Pistons don't make a move, you're doing a disservice to your team,
Correct.
to your fans, to the organization. Like, it's sitting right there. Just do it. Or as Rieger would say, chew it and do it.
Excellent work. David, text coming in. What do we got, buddy?
Izzo is the college basketball version of Dabo Swinney. Maybe Izzo is also at the Coney meeting. Why not hold him to that same standard, Rico?
Because he's actually hit the portal. Like I mean, I had this conversation with Cookies earlier. Like, he's gone to the portal. He hasn't gone out and got Gaxel.
There's the problem.
No.
Right. And both can be true. I'm with you. He's tried. But, like, you got to stop shopping at the discounted DVD bin.
Can you say it's the Charlie V and the Ben Gordon
No,
type
no.
spending
But see,
versus...
It's not even that. See, it's not to denigrate what Izzo done. Let me give Dusty May credit. Dusty said, wait a minute. What if we just address this guy at the bottom of the first round? Let's see if he'll take our money over the NBA money.
Correct.
I think Dusty actually may have started something that other teams will start following and saying, you know what? That's actually pretty smart right there.
Your borderline first round.
So, it's not that he didn't. I just don't think that anybody was as creative as Dusty May of going and getting player 28 and saying, well, why don't you come and play for my school? We'll pay you $2.5 million, and we'll see what happens. You boost your stock, and next year you're a top 15 lottery pick. So I give Dusty more credit.
Someone says, can we say that if the Tigers let $13 million stop them from pursuing a player, then it feels like they did this on purpose so they can have the cop-out.
Well, Rico, you brought that up earlier. Can we say Scooble's going to be the perfect foil?
Yeah.
That if they lose this and they don't sign another player, well, see, we tried, but, they wouldn't come to the table. It's his fault.
Or if they win, well, we had to wait so long. We couldn't go out and get those players, so blame him.
Agree on all of the can we say that the Pistons need to make a move, but have to be careful not rocking the quote-unquote culture boat.
Okay. What culture do you need to beat the Nets by 60 when they're terrible and MPJ didn't play? Guys, you got to cool it with the culture thing. Hey, how many playoff series has that culture won? You guys act like you're the effing Lakers in 2000. Take it easy with culture. May want to hang a banner before I got to listen about how we don't want to shake up this culture. I get tired of it. It's like they're handed out idiot talking points on 3x5s.
Because the culture keeps this thing afloat. The culture keeps this thing winning. Culture means less risk because you're good.
Culture is an excuse word for fans.
Culture is not.
It is.
No, culture is good. It's when you're good and you want to keep being good.
Right, but your culture is your best players. And the last I checked, we're not trading our best players. You're not getting rid of Cade.
In your mind, not their mind. In your mind, we're not trading the best players. But when you're talking about certain people on this team, well, Ivy, we need to give him more time.
Oh, do we? He plays, 14 minutes a night?
Don't you dare mention Beef Stew and don't say all like, it's like everybody has their
First of all,
favorite
Beef
guy.
Stew's name hasn't come up in any trade.
I'm just saying there's certain players that are good to fans and keep their name out of your mouth.
What? Because I'm trying to get
Uncle T. He's culture. Okay. We need Uncle T here. He's the stabilizing force.
He's Grandpa Simpson. Okay? It's over. He's an expiring vet. Get out.
I said, you're not saying Cade, but to other people, Tobias is like saying Cade.
Okay. Then I have a name for those people. All right, no. It's just I'm not going to argue with stupid. It's ridiculous.
Hey, man.
Okay, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. It's Northville. They have everything all the time. It's always in stock, and they won't lecture you about Tobias Harris. Okay, so it's Trex decking, railing, lighting, all at the best pricing. Stop by. Take home some samples. You don't have to worry about upsetting the culture of your backyard by building a deck. Love you, buddy. I love you, too. You're a good man, Rico. Listen, go stop in today. It's NorthvilleLumber.com. That's NorthvilleLumber.com. All right, we'll get text momentarily. I just want to expand on that Scooble thing real quick, just so you understand part of the angst, too, for people. Eugenio Suarez signed this weekend, 1 year, $15 million. Now, in fairness, that's a pretty big indictment of what the league thinks of the player's value. But if you're the Tigers and you're in desperate need of an impact right-handed bat, on a 1 year deal, nobody better than Suarez was available. This is a guy who did, albeit struck out 196 times, 49 homers, 118 RBIs. On a 1 year deal? But see, I juxtapose it. And this is what Rico and I were talking about as a part of the Can We Say That? You're sitting there driving home from work and you've heard more than you care to about Scooble's arbitration coming up. He asks 32. They offer 19. If they win and they got to pay him $19 million, every report you've seen over the last month, including what Ken Rosenthal audio we played today, well, they could pursue another pitcher that they want because they have interest in a Framber Valdez. They have interest in a Lucas Giolito, a Chris Bassett. But if they lose the arbitration and they pay Skubal 32, no, there's no Christmas in Whoville.
Yep.
And that's where it's very hard to sit here and take them seriously. And they desperately want to be taken seriously. $13 million, while that is a ton of money in the real world, let's be clear about something. That is not Rico or I or you, the average fan, saying, damn it, why didn't they pay $60 a year for Kyle Tucker? A little bit of a difference between $13 million and $60. Here's the other problem. The big money deals you see out there are multi-year. That impacts your outlay and how you want to do things. A one-year deal, as Rico said it earlier, you paid Alex Cobb $15 million over 1 year, and he didn't even show up to work. So how do I take the air and tell fans not to be mad? I can't. Do I love Suarez? No, I don't. Would I take him? Yeah, of course I would. But you juxtapose that with the other thing they clearly want, which is pitching, and we sit here, we got to wait till Wednesday to find out whether they'll have a chance. That is where I struggle, Rico, is you are the best team in the worst division in baseball. Mm-hmm. Fangraphs. You don't like my opinion? Cool. Computers and data has no opinion, right?
Right.
Fangraphs says you're an 83-win team in the worst division in baseball. And we have to sit here and juxtapose it with, we have Skubal, we have a shot.
It doesn't make sense.
It's crazy.
It does not make sense whatsoever because you would think you don't even have to break the bank just to distance yourself from in your own division to guarantee that for the first time in a while, you'll actually win it. And not
Are
come
you
in
a better
second.
team with or without Suarez?
You're a better team.
Okay. Now, again, we don't know what the kids like Max Anderson will do or Lee and again, McGonigal at some point comes up, but he's not a part of that third base discussion.
1 year. That's it.
That's my whole point. You can find at bats for him at DH. If he's bad, shelve him.
Right. This ain't a 4-year deal. This ain't
Correct.
a 5-year. It's a 1-year deal. So that means that come August, you don't really like the productivity you're getting. All right. You know what? You're on the bench.
See you later.
Yeah.
That's the problem, guys, is we all want the same thing, which is you have Skubal. You can make an assumption certain guys will get better. I think the thing fans don't really want to admit is if you're going to sell me that you're like, look, take the Scott Harris approach. Oh, your young players are going to get better. Okay. Javi's probably going to get worse. McKinstry, who had that outer space year, probably going to get worse. Do we want to talk about Kenley Jansen? You just paid on what he did last year. He's 38. Is he going to get better? Then you factor in some of the pitching. Is Flaherty going to get better? Because he was terrible. So just start. You got to ask yourself certain things to go, all right, if this team wants to win a World Series, how could $13 million be what holds them back from taking a really nice move forward? Mm-hmm. And then if that's the case, why should any of us take them serious? And I'll remind you of this. They are set up beautifully, which is a credit to Scott Harris with the farm system, that on paper, they have a lot of hope for cheap, high-functioning players moving forward, 2028, 29. All of your payroll concerns, let's say you overspent by $13 million. It's clear they have a budget. I mean, that's a reasonable deduction. It doesn't take Inspector Clouseau based on the national reporting. Rico, if I overspend by $13 million this year, I'll make it up in spades. If it's not next year, if there's no baseball, but in 2028.
Correct.
They have no payroll commitments.
Correct.
By that point, you will expect Max Clark, who I will pay peanuts. McGonigal, peanuts. One of Briseno or Lorenzo, peanuts. Max Anderson, peanuts. Olsen, peanuts. Job, you see where I'm going.
Right.
You'll make it up. Right. And by the way, guys,
the big ticket item is Riley Green. I'm saying,
but and by the way, I'm not paying him. unless he cleans it up. He's got to clean up that. Look, if I pay Suarez, who's in his 30s, 1 year, $15 million with that swing and miss profile, that's different than if I got to pay Riley 5 at 120 or something. It's different. That's the struggle. So I don't know, man. Something is wrong here. Because to me, if you want Giolito, go get him. You'll make the money up. $13 million a rounding error for billionaires. And no disrespect, but okay, even if you want me to believe that it will have this punitive effect in the short term, I'll ask you again, what did your family buy the team for? And how much is it worth right now? I don't want to hear about $13 million.
No, but it feels like it's all set up that no matter what happens, win or lose on Wednesday, that's the reason why we're in this situation.
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good.
What's up?
Tigers are offering Skubal 19.
Mm-hmm.
He wants 32. The difference is 13. What did they pay a pitcher last year not to pitch?
15.
$13 million. There you go.
I know. Mike, I know.
What are they squabbling about?
But what do you make of the report that if they win the arbitration, they're going to spend the $13 million? But if they lose the arbitration, we're done. This is the team. How can we believe they're trying to win a World Series if that's the case?
They're not.
Okay. That settles that. All right. No, and Mike, I don't think you're a bad fan for feeling that way. I don't. And I think there are plenty of people. I listened to the morning show today. It feels like Tiger fans are edgy as we get near pitchers and catchers reporting. This doesn't feel like a town where the team's been a playoff team the last 2 years. The fan base is kind of, I don't know, caustic.
Yeah, it just feels like this team is incomplete, and you could all see a couple of missing pieces, but you want the team to see what you see. You know what it feels like? It feels like with the Lions, when it's like for years, you know what? How about we get you an edge rusher, go get some offensive line help?
No.
We're good. You need a second edge rusher. No, we don't. Guys, your defensive line. Hey, we're good. We got an Aiden. And it feels that way with the Tigers, where it's like, okay, why are we messing around? Okay, either we're going to trade Skubal or we're going to sign him.
Well, and this is
this little half-wet thing that we're doing on Wednesday, what's the end game? Because it seems like to me, no matter what, neither party's going to be happy with the ruling.
No, and ultimately this is where, while I'll defend that they can't spend like the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Mets, the Blue Jays, no, I know that. I'm saying if I'm going to defend that when people get unhinged and yell about Chris Ilitch, dude, just go to the flip side. This could be put on Ilitch where you go, okay, dude, you just got to spend $13 million and empower your baseball people to do right. We have Skubal for one more year. Let's just go. Mm-hmm. Like, I understand it's a business, and I'm respectful of that. To a point. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy to me. If my baseball people, if they want somebody, I go, man, to hell with it. We're going to pay Skubal regardless. I'll give you the $13 million. Now, if my GM walks in and says, I need $60 million for Kyle Tucker, I'm going to go get the hell out of my office.
But here's the thing.
There's a different thing.
It's what's the end game? And if your end game is to win a World Series, then ask yourself, you think the Dodgers are sweating $13 million?
No.
You think the Mets are? No.
I don't think they're sweating $100 million.
Right,
it's a different universe.
If the end game is to win the World Series, why are we talking about $13 million?
13 is within do what it takes realm.
If we're in the Chicago White Sox, $13 million, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, you're not asking him to go get a Soto deal out there.
No.
Like, that's all I'm saying. If you're trying to win a World Series, that's where we sit around the table like, hold on, guys. Let's make the main thing the main. Do we want to win or not?
Right, and if I can add, name your pitcher. I know, Giolito's one of the names, Framber Valdez, Chris Bassett, like whatever. I look at all of this, and I also look, candidly, I look back at why are we messing around signing pitchers out of Korea who haven't pitched here in 4 years, and Drew Anderson for 7.5 if it was always going to be about Scooble's offseason.
Wouldn't
I rather have that 7.5 right now?
Have you seen Lethal Weapon 3?
Okay.
It's in the DVD.
No, and again, I don't claim to have knowledge of Drew Anderson. If you haven't pitched here since 2021, nothing matters. And I'm not going to take your KBO numbers seriously. I will trust they like what they see. I'm making a point. Would I rather have a Framber Valdez or a Giolito, et cetera?
Correct.
And now it feels like, man, I could really use that $7.5 million. It's how are we here? All right, sorry, David. 97.1.
Hey, when Team USA is on, you could almost see the moment it happens. That spark when a kid starts believing they could be next. Now with Xfinity, they can't guarantee that, but they can guarantee something just as important. Your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So while your kid's ordering new gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows? By the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You're still going to be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with Xfinity's Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi. 5 years, guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years, a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. David, first one is for you.
Oh, really?
Looks like everything is lining up. You guys, the Pittsburgh Steelers will bring Aaron Rodgers back. before you hit anything back there, will Aaron Rodgers lead this? Can we say Aaron Rodgers, with the new coach in place, will lead Steelers to the playoffs next year?
Sure, I can say that. That's wonderful, though. I want a Super Bowl. I want a championship. Make the Super Bowl. We've made the playoffs year after year after year with nothing to show for it. So, whatever.
I'll say no. I think Bengals will bounce back. Obviously, the Ravens. I can't do it. The Steelers, to me, feel like a team that's just capped at 9-8 next year. They have to retool that defense, which is way overpaid. Way too much of their salary cap is tied up in a defense that is no longer elite. They need to rebuild, and they refuse. So I'm just never going to bank on a team like that.
Well, speaking of Steeler quarterbacks, can we say throughout this Super Bowl week that Mac Jones will get traded for a third-round pick to either Minnesota or Pittsburgh?
He'll get traded, but I can't limit it to those two teams. Okay. I can't. David?
I can see Minnesota possibly. There's others involved, though. It won't be just those two, but yeah, Minnesota for sure I can see.
Well, there was a list of teams, but those were the two biggest teams to me. Guys, can we say somehow or another Tyreek Hill will end up a Kansas City Chief again?
God, I hope not. That'd be lame. I'm going to say no. I don't think you can go home again. And I'm not sure he's any good anymore. So I'll say no to that. Plus, they already have him, right? They have a cheap facsimile of it in Xavier Worthy.
Right.
They need an A.J. Brown type. Right. Because what they're going to be missing is physicality. They don't have outside receivers. And with Kelsey, I'm sorry, whether he's back, retired, he's no good anymore. I'm going to say no. David?
There's a team in that same division that doesn't have any outside receivers, and they happen to have his former head coach as the offensive coordinator. That would be the Chargers. I can see that, but not Kansas City.
I think, Bieniemy coming back to run the offense.
Bring the band back together again. Yeah. Kelsey returns one more year.
Let's give it one more chance.
Please no.
Okay. Can we say that Myles Garrett is seriously looking to being traded this offseason?
No, you took the money. We're done here. He had his opportunity last year, damn it, and then they bribed him. They basically pulled a Monty Williams. Well, how about this one? No. Well, how about that? No. Well, how about – wait, you're going to pay me that? Okay. No. You are – no, now you could sit there and rot. You did this. He had the opportunity last year if he stuck to his guns, and he didn't. So now – rot.
Yeah, he had all the leverage last year. I have a hard time feeling bad for him. He took the money. They're firing his head coach or his defensive coordinator, whatever it is, and he wants to tweet out the whole Popeyes lady, sitting outside all upset. It is what you took the money, dude. Just live with it. Enjoy your home. Enjoy the community. Become Walter Payton Man of the Year again and make you happy.
Because I think it'd be a ridiculous amount of cap hit that the Cleveland Browns would have to pay if they traded him. Can we say that the new way to become an NFL head coach is to be an offensive or defensive coordinator?
I do feel like when we talked about this, 3 of the 4 top scoring defenses in the league were playing for the right to go to the Super Bowl. It feels like as much of an offensive renaissance as we have had, specifically passing, the league is now going back to running the football, stopping the run, and defensively, if you can't sack the quarterback efficiently and effectively, you're dead. So, yeah, I think there's something to that.
Well, it used to be the rehab, you just bring back coaches, old coaches got fired. Okay, well, now you're going to go here. Or you go into the college ranks. Now it looks like if you're an OC or a DC, that's the path.
Well, you don't necessarily have to be an offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator. You just have to be passing game coordinator or all that other crap.
Okay, you know what? Fair.
And you have to have the label as smart and innovative. That's what you have to have next to your name. It can't be your last name. You have to have smart and innovative as your name. That's the guys they're hiring. Mike LaFleur, who just got hired in Arizona, and I get it's Arizona, but he never called plays. but he's smart and innovative. So that's why they're giving him a chance. And he was under the Sean McVay tree.
Yeah, I mean, I say that because you see a lot of coaches who got fired who said, you know what? Rather than sit out and do TV, I'll take a coordinator job. I'll go back into the ranks. I don't have to be the head guy anymore. So, can we say Jacoby Brissett will be QB1 in Arizona for the first game?
I hope not. No. Why would you put that into the world? My God. Another year of Jacoby Brissett?
They look better with him than
that's not saying a lot.
Kyler Murray.
No. New people, new system, new you. No. Please don't do that. No.
You roll with him, and then you get a high draft pick next year.
No. Okay. David, I've said what I need to say. America does not need to be punished by another year of Jacoby Brissett.
No, they're drafting number 3 overall. They're going to take someone.
Right, but in a year where there's one quarterback.
What are you going to do? Take Ty Simpson? Is that what you're going to do?
With Arizona, I could see them trade back and do something like that. Yes.
No, that's what I'm saying. You got one quarterback this year. Unless you're the Raiders, this ain't the year to take a quarterback.
Arizona's also the same franchise that did draft a quarterback and then got rid of him the next year.
Right.
So
that's why I said Jacoby is QB1.
No.
Guys, can we say that no one really pays attention to the Super Bowl commercials the way they used to? Because
Guilty.
Like $7 to $10 million a commercial this year.
Yeah, no, guilty as charged. I don't care. I don't find it, and I don't. The Super Bowl at large is just not for me anymore, buddy. I had to Google Bad Bunny. Okay, I just like this isn't for me.
I Googled Bad Bunny, and I still didn't know what I was looking at.
So
I had to Google the Google.
A re-Google. Right. But like, no, the commercials, the egregiously long pregame, the halftime show that I just don't care about any year. No, none of these things appeal to me. The football is just, by the time the game is on, I can't wait for it to be over. Okay? The Super Bowl is turned into a clown car.
Unless it's a compelling game.
Yeah, no one seems to care about the commercials. In fact, I think they know no one cares because over the weekend, any big thing that was on, like the Grammys, which I watched, they played a Dunkin' Donuts preview commercial of their Super Bowl ad.
Well,
Jennifer Aniston and all this other stuff. And I'm like, so you're previewing what your Super Bowl ad's going to be?
You don't even have to wait till the Super Bowl to watch the ads. You could just go online and watch them all right now. So, yeah.
Can we say that celebrity opinions on anything is the most annoying thing in the world when they all make $1 billion a year? Why do I have to hear from you?
You have a different perspective of life. Yeah, I understand.
You don't even live real life.
Can we say
you live in a $30 million home in Malibu?
How about this? Can we say we should just stop asking them
how
you feel about things?
Yes.
Okay. It doesn't matter.
Tell your dog. I don't want to hear it from you.
This person said this. Okay. Do they know what
what did the lead banjo player in The Who have to say? I don't care.
I always hearken back to the whole Ja Rule. Who cares what Ja Rule has to say about this? As he's sitting there on CNN or Fox, it's like, who found Ja Rule? And why do I care? Anyway.
Probably his creditors.
A couple more. Okay.
Hey, Firefest, book your tickets.
Okay. How about this? Let's step outside of football for these final Can We Say?
Sure.
Can we say that Alabama has gotten worse since the addition of Charles Bediako? They are now currently out of the top 25, and I don't think they've won a game since he joined them.
And I laughed because Florida's coach is like, yeah, I don't care. They can play Bediako. We'll still beat them. You know, or like the other thing was the fans chanting G League dropout.
Yeah. The only thing funnier than that, and I felt bad because they took it away. I don't even know if it made television.
What?
But as the Michigan players were taking free throws, somebody had a bed sheet or a blanket, and it was Sharon Moore's mugshot.
Yeah, they took it away from him.
Why'd they take it away?
Well, it wasn't ethical. I don't know.
Ethical?
You know what?
Back when I was in school, you know what they used to do? There were these maniacs behind the basket in the zone, and they would put up this 700-pound woman
and they would slot in the name of the player's mother when they were at the free throw line. So if his mom's name was Diane, they'd tack up Diane on there. And Diane was like from My 1,000-Pound Life. Yeah. Like, it was your coach got arrested. It's not, what do you want me to do?
It was hilarious. The guy broke it out. I'm like, that's funny. And then all of a sudden you see him, give it here. And then they took it away. I'm like,
let him have fun. Let
I
him
feel
have
like
fun.
going and giving that here's $50. You know what? That was funny and creative.
Jeez.
Pizza's on me tonight. Finally.
Damn. That's funny.
It was. Can we say that Michigan is the best team in the nation?
No.
In college hoops?
No, but I'd put them number 2. I think Arizona might be a cut above. But Michigan is certainly, if they're not co-favorites to win the national title, they're number 2. Yeah. They're really good.
And David, last one's for you real quick, if I can, 10 seconds. Can we say it's time for LeBron James to just go ahead and fade into the sunset when you're being gifted all-star games now?
Yeah, bye-bye, LeBron. I don't need to see you, hear from you ever again. Please leave.
When the throwback jersey is the jersey you broke into the league with
in Cleveland,
it's time to go. Can we say that? 97-1.
All right, we just got done talking about it. If you're thinking about the big game, or look, if you're a Michigan fan, March Madness, getting ready for a national championship run, Paulson's Audio Video Farmington Hills. They help you redesign your setup so every day can be game day the minute you turn the TV on. Whether it is the big game or you name it, Paulson's got you covered, man. They'll design the system, install it properly, show you how to use it, and back it with a dedicated service department long after the install date is gone. So whether you're upgrading now for the big game or you want to remodel your entire home entertainment system or anything in between, Paulson's has you covered. It's Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner. Farmington Hills, 248-553-4100 or online anytime at paulsonsav.com. All right, we've got I use this term loosely, the gentlemen have joined us. And I will tell you, Rieger has been chewing it and doing it all afternoon, apparently.
All weekend long.
Well, you're amped
Ever since
up.
Friday night.
Bob, you're in for it. You realize this, right?
No, I understand he's been bouncing off the walls, and he's been bouncing off the walls, running into it pelvis first.
Yeah.
If you know what
He
I mean.
pogo sticked his way right into the studio.
By the way,
Yeah, bud.
let me say this. Wojo got to the game before I did.
Thank you. Whoa. I thought he wasn't going to reveal that information.
I'm proud
said,
of you.
You make sure you tell Michael
I'm
that.
proud of you.
Wait, you guys didn't have dinner together? No, he wouldn't allow me to.
Wojo
Go too far, of course.
Wojo, for some reason, got up there early so he couldn't go to dinner.
Yeah, what a shock. I wanted to get my chicken strips.
All right, so what's next?
Well, Rieger wants to just break down Michigan State, play by play, foul by foul.
Here's the breakdown.
Snipe by
Michigan
snipe.
is absolutely a national championship caliber team, and Michigan State absolutely is not. There's your breakdown.
Here's another breakdown. There were 3 blowouts in that game. One by Michigan, then one by Michigan State, then one by... And at no point was it truly entertaining.
No, it was awful.
I don't know.
I found it entertaining.
No.
Anytime they play, I like it.
The entertainment came when all of a sudden it got close, and then you thought, okay, maybe they'll duke it out for the final 7. Nope.
No, it was so.
By the time at 7 minutes, it was close. At 6:30, it was like, nope.
Right. The State ties the game. Here's me and Rico. Ready?
Yeah.
Cutscene. 30 seconds later. Dead.
Okay, but if you're a Michigan basketball fan, and I understand y'all don't think they exist.
Why are you talking to yourself?
But, dude, the entire evening when Dusty's sitting in front of the Izzone and they're chanting F you, Dusty, and then you're up 18, then you blow it, then you win by double digits, that's a great night. That was entertaining. The whole night was entertaining.
Well, what about the women later on?
What women?
It was.
What happened?
I heard somebody call your show.
Yeah, no,
the
women. The women won at the Breslin Center
That's true.
too.
Back
in
to
overtime.
back.
Oh, that's right. There you go.
There you go.
Well, how'd the hockey team do? They play next week.
No, it was interesting. I do think the Izzo Dusty May dynamic is interesting, and they're kind of restraining themselves. It's passive aggressive, I think, a little bit on both sides, which is fine. I mean, that I agree with Izzo from this standpoint. That is what the rivalry's supposed to be. And
Well, it's second year in a row Dusty's gone crying postgame.
Well, no.
Last year he did the car wash and contradicted himself 8 million times. This year, I thought the game was fine. I thought it was physical. I thought it was physical both ways. I didn't think there was some kind of insane jailhouse brand of ball.
Well, no, he said that today.
Yeah, to be fair, he said it today.
That's my point, though. Why do that?
He was asked about it. He gave his opinion.
Right.
Izzo wouldn't hesitate to do that.
And they're both wrong.
Okay,
That's the
but-
point. Tom crying about officiating when you go 1 for 50 from deep? No.
I always thought it'd be great if there was a real rivalry when maybe the coaches hated each other because Beeline and Izzo actually loved each other.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this turns into some fun with both guys' true dislike for each
The
other.
officials knew this was coming because that's why they were calling, and that's why they called the flagrant fouls. 3 total or 2, whatever.
Oh, you think it's bad now? Wait till they.
No, they knew it was.
We're going to be seeing the Walton twins out there. For like 30 minutes.
The officials are going to
Everybody's
take
fouled out.
charge of the follow-up game, the next game, immediately. Because it did get a little bit. It wasn't. We've seen rougher games, but it was pretty rough, all things considered. And besides the fact that neither team could shoot, but that's okay.
You know what? Those two have a very passive aggressive. They're no, I like them. No, you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
No, I like Izzo's like, tell Dusty to call me.
What? I don't care. Okay.
Bob,
I like it. I
Bob,
enjoy. Don't
get
you dare,
control
No, don't
of-
you dare talk down to me because I enjoy an aspect of sports that
Do
you
yourself
don't.
a favor, all right? Pop a pill. Get ready
I
to do
already
some
know.
more, will you,
Don't
please?
pop another one. Let's all say it together. Come on, you want to say it with me?
No, yeah, we're
Shoot
outta
it
here.
And do it. Let's go.
Good night, everyone.